What's up, chat? Good to see you. So tonight we are going back. I still gotta fix the location of this microphone. Maybe if I move it, if I clip it over there, it'll be better. I don't know. We have the most scuffed streaming setup right now because I just haven't been able to finish the work that needs to be done on this room for reasons that are beyond my control at the moment. But we are going to be doing our weekly mental health and philosophy stream. Now, this is the first one in a long time because I've been working on my own mental health, for lack of a better way to put it. And I'm still kind of working on that. Well, definitely always working on that. But specifically, I'm still working through a backlog. And one of the backlogs of things is that. One sec. I clicked on something I didn't mean to. One of the backlogs is that I have Elder Scrolls Online stuff that I wanted to do back when I was a full-time Elder Scrolls Online streamer that I never finished. We're gonna bring the music up since I don't feel like starting the AI music right now. Mostly because the AI music it has a lot of words in it. I haven't made the chill AI songs that I wanted to use during these streams yet. So that's not happening at the moment. Now, the thing I'm working on in Elder Scrolls Online is I'm trying to get an achievement, the Master Crafter achievement. I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I didn't really feel. I got tired, was the main thing. Also, I didn't feel like I was really capable of being entertaining while grinding this out, but I'm gonna try again now that I'm not tired. So, we're gonna look at the Master Crafter achievement real quick. Grandmaster Crafting. No, this one. Grandmaster Crafter is what we're after. We'll probably get Harvester just incidentally because when I used to do these just chatting streams in ES, they're technically not a just chatting stream because we're not streaming that category, but they're basically just chatting streams because all I really do is talk to chat while I have this content in the background. We're not doing dungeons, we're not doing PvP. I used to pick flowers on Sundays, which is how I got up to over 6k, almost 7k crafting materials harvested in the first place. Once I have this achievement done, we probably won't go back to that yet because you kind of need your crafting bag for that, and I don't have a crafting bag, which is my. Maybe we do go back to that because I've been using my guild bank as a crafting bag because when I went inactive, my guild kind of went defunct anyways, and I don't know if anyone. We were still in the process of building up the guild, so I don't know if anyone else. Yo, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I be too great. How's it going? Thank you for the follow. How are you doing tonight? Is there anything you'd like to talk about? We're just having a chill stream. I often read from Plato is what I've been doing on these Sunday streams usually. I have it right here. But for my own mental health, personally, I need to finish this achievement that I haven't done in a very long time. It's been 2 or 3 years since I played this game, and it kind of is starting to bug me that I never finished this. So the only piece that I have left to do is this true style master part, which is the most annoying part because I have to run around all of Tamriel buying different style pages and finding the ones that are cheap enough to learn. That being said, we're going to try and talk about some things going on in the world right now. I'm going to do my best, but also my brain is going to be distracted by doing these searches. However, I got to make sure I start the app. I have been let me restart it. I've been using Tamriel Trade Center to make sure I sync the prices up whenever I search for stuff. I'm trying to listen to this spoke Sarah through Sarah this week. Interested to hear some Plato too. Yeah, we can. That'll probably be next week. Like, I don't know how. I'm really trying to focus on finishing this, and we've done all the short Plato ones. The ones we have left, we're starting to get into the Republic, if you know about that. We have a little bit of Phaedrus left, but that's like at least 20 pages, if not more, of Phaedrus left. And then we get into the Republic, which is his biggest work. I actually read that, or at least parts of that, in college. And this isn't all the books of the Republic, it's books 4 and 5. But those are each about 30 pages. Then we have the Symposium, which is 50 pages, and Lysis, which is, let's go to the end here. That's about another 25 pages, it looks like. So we've still got a lot of Plato to come. But I think we're gonna, I know, yo, what's up? Thank you for the subscription. I really appreciate it. Oh, giving me your Prime too. Oh, you are too great indeed. Thank you so much for the Prime. Did it like lag out midway? 'Cause that's pretty funny. Yeah. So, is there anything? Do you have a lot of experience with Plato? Have you talked about Plato before? Today, we're not going to be reading directly from it. We're going entirely off the top as I focus on completing this achievement. I'm so close, and I really just want to grind it out so I can stop worrying about the past and more focus on the future. Once I have this achievement done, then I can let this game rest for a little bit, you know? I think Plato would have a lot of interesting things to say about the current state of the United States, to say the least. Are you particularly familiar with Plato yourself? We need to. So, last one we did was legs. Okay. And while we're here, just to help people out, after I buy something, I always scan the listings to make sure that it updates the Tamriel Trade Center website so that someone else doesn't go looking for the same item I just bought, which takes a minute. And I wasn't doing this exactly last stream. So I plan to use this downtime as we scan the shops to talk about things. I'm interested in philosophy, haven't gotten into his books yet, but I was planning on doing it eventually. Right now, I was watching the 80s Nosferatu. I've heard about that, but I've never actually seen it. I've been in Bram Stoker's Dracula, though. I've been in the play, which is very similar, obviously. Nosferatu is arguably the first vampire novel slash movie ever. I would love to read that. So we don't just read philosophy or religious texts on Sundays. We've read novels too. I read all of Dune. on this stream once, and I'm taking a break from the reading. My throat's been kind of sore lately. Don't take that the wrong way, chat. Uh, so we're having a bit of a chill stream today. Are you enjoying 80s Nosferatu? I've heard it's absolutely amazing. So one of the most interesting things about Plato is that it's not Plato. It's actually Socrates. Pretty much the entirety of Plato's works, at least all the ones that I've read, they are recordings of conversations that Socrates had with other Greek politicians or philosophers or people of note at the time. So Plato himself doesn't really put his opinions in, but you could argue that he might have been biased while recording it, so could perhaps frame Socrates in a more positive light because he was a student of Socrates after all, which is why he was around to always record these conversations. I want to buy Bram Stoker's so bad. Soon I'll get some extra cash to get it. Dude, Bram Stoker's is amazing. I also, if you're into vampires, I also highly suggest the Vampire Chronicles by Anne Rice. That's personally my favorite vampire series of all the ones I can think. Bram Stoker's great. I feel like Anne Rice is more relatable though. To be honest, I'm 20 minutes in and find it hard to watch, but I'm but I'm giving it time. I really want to read his trial. Yes. So the trial of Socrates, we read that on stream, but I haven't uploaded the VOD yet to YouTube, and I don't know if I even had that VOD. There was a while where I wasn't really recording VODs, but I constantly upload a little bit to YouTube every day except Saturday, basically, because we take that day off to give it to God. But I am uploading to 2 YouTube channels currently. The main YouTube, I just do shorter things where I basically am doing cereal and food reviews and talking as I rant over a cup of coffee, basically. Though eventually I will be uploading my music to that once I work through my whole backlog of other videos and I sort all the songs that I've written down that I never recorded. Well, I've had some very, very rough years in my life for a long time, and I'm finally just working on trying to get back to square one right now. So I've got all this backlog of content I need to go through before I can start creating new content. And the coffee rants are new content, but the stuff I'm uploading are currently old content. And if you go look on the stream YouTube, those are all old streams I've done over the past year. And we're in March right now, I think, was one of the ones I uploaded today. So I do think the apology might be in there somewhere, but if you want to, we're probably not going to end up reading it, that one again here. But if you want to read it for yourself, Socrates' child is called The Apology, and it's an ironic name because basically they're like, if you just apologize, we're gonna put you to death. And Socrates is like, no, I'm not. If you don't apologize, we're gonna put you to death. And Socrates is like, no, I'm not gonna apologize. And so they sentence him to death. It's actually insanely, remarkably similar to the trial of Jesus by Pontius Pilate. There's a lot of crazy parallels. I also think Plato would not be super happy about things in the modern day, but you never know. He probably would really like online porn, and maybe he'll forget about the moral decay. I don't think he would. So the thing about Socrates and Plato. So we don't know too much about Plato specifically, because as far as we know, Plato didn't really ever share his own opinions. He just wrote down what Socrates said, although we can probably assume he basically agreed with it, else why would he publish it? Unless he was just trolling. Because, Socrates was arguably the most controversial celebrity of his time. And there are maybe Plato was just the Keemstar of his era. He didn't even really care about the content that was being said. He was just like, this dude's a lol cow, so I'm gonna publish it to get everyone mad. Who knows? I love My Interview with the Vampire, one of my favorite movies. Yeah, the movie is absolutely insane. The first Anne Rice one I saw was actually Queen of the Damned. That's what got me into the whole series. I saw that movie, which was the last thing Aaliyah did before she died. And the music for that was incredible. All the cinematography for that movie was incredible. The storyline was incredible. So I have the movie soundtrack somewhere. But I got really into that and I was like, bro, wait, there's a book? Oh wait, it's the third book in a series. I think I've read 7 of the books in the series. I don't know if I've read any more beyond that. I'm probably gonna list them wrong. So obviously there's Interview with the Vampire, and then the second one's The Vampire Lestat, I believe, which it's Lestat's point of view on the whole thing. Like basically his retweet, his quote tweet response to the Interview with the Vampire. Then you have Queen of the Damned, which is where things really start to get interesting. Lestat starts to make a lot of trouble. And I don't remember the order of things after this, but the other ones that I know I've read are The Vampire Armand, who is I think it's just called Armand. It follows a character that constantly pops up as kind of an antagonist towards Lestat. Then there's Memnoch the Devil, where I don't want to give too many spoilers on that, but someone meets the devil himself. And then there's Tale of the Body Thief, where someone gets their body snatched. And I think there's one more that I'm forgetting off the top of my head, but it's probably my favorite book series of all time. Plato equals Kanye. I like that. Yeah. I actually saw your YouTube first. So I was confused by the changes that. Yeah. So that's something. It's cool. I think you're sort of the first person that followed over from my YouTube. It just blew up a couple days ago. I only started really uploading to it recently. I've had YouTubes for years, but a bunch of mental health difficulties, especially oh no, not the ad. Incoming ad. Sorry guys. Twitch ads are the worst. But let me see what my dude says. I'm no philosopher, but I did have a lot of Play-Doh material when I was a kid. I remember I had his machine that would make spaghetti out of it. It was so cool. There you go. But yeah, I was so while we've got the ad break incoming, it says ad starting soon. I don't know when it's going to start. I really wish Twitch would do something about these ads, which is one of the reasons why I'm trying to make more content on YouTube as well. Their ads are far less intrusive, and I want to go back to live streaming on YouTube as well. I just can't afford the app that lets me stream to both at the same time. There we go. We have a minute of ads while we're waiting, and some people are stuck behind that ad wall. I'm going to do this stuff so that people don't really miss the main content. I That's the most annoying thing about Twitch ads to me, is that it basically causes people to miss the content. I really don't care how many ads Twitch wants to run as like banners or small side pictures or something like that, but most people that either don't pay for Twitch Turbo or don't have the tech savviness to get the small box on the side and keep watching the content end up missing content, because it's it's not like TV ads where they pause the show or they pause the Super Bowl to play the ad. It's just really frustrating to me that their ads have to interrupt by content. And welcome back. You guys didn't really miss anything, because all I ranted about was the fact that you would be missing things if I was talking about content. I can, but the problem is if I set it any lower than it's currently at, then it doesn't matter, because it brings back the pre-roll ads, which are the worst ads. I have it as low as I can set it while keeping the pre-rolls off. If you let it run pre-rolls on your channel, then one, especially for a smaller creator who used to be a mid-sized creator but took 2 to 3 years off, and now I'm just trying to get things going again, like myself personally, if I jump into someone's chat and every time I jump in their chat I have to sit in a pre-roll ad instead of just saying hello, I'm gonna end up unfollowing them unless they're a really close friend. So because pre-roll ads are the most annoying part of the Twitch experience to me, I do the bare minimum to keep the pre-rolls off. There are a lot of other content creators. Twitch keeps telling me to run more ads. There's actually a notification or like a line it gives me where it's like, you'd make more money if you run more ads per hour. But I'm like, no, I just want the bare minimum, the absolute bare minimum that you're going to force upon me, and that's it. I'd rather make money through subs or merch or something like that, where you guys can opt in. You know, you can't just opt out of ads, especially because Twitch has the most invasive ads in that ad blockers don't even work on them. Unless you're using Prime subs, which are basically free, assuming you're going to get Prime anyways, my advice to anyone that wants to support the channel or remove ads is, before you sub to an individual channel, including mine, get Twitch Turbo. Because Twitch Turbo will stop all ads on all channels, I believe. Although it should. And also, the creators you're watching, they don't get as much as they do from the sub if you sub to their channel directly, but they still do get a small payout from Twitch Turbo users, similar to the way they get payouts from ads. Also, I don't think Twitch even pays me at all for the pre-roll ads. That's how they kind of force us to run these ad schedules. Because they're like, oh, well, if you're not going to run ads on your channel if you're not going to run ads on your channel willingly, we're going to run ads on your channel anyways, and they're going to be more disruptive to your content, and we won't pay them for you. It's kind of scummy. Pay you for them. Sorry. Yeah, no worries. I've been streaming since 2019, so I started streaming before they even had this whole ads manager thing, and I kind of researched everything obsessively. But don't hesitate to ask or talk about anything in chat. That's why we're here. That's why I have the educational and AMA tags. I know a lot more about a lot of things than I usually let on. No, Charlie, not on the desk. And if I don't know something, we can go learn about it together, you know? I'm here for the growth. I believe in you getting this channel back up. Good on you for taking the time to build yourself back. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, originally back in 2019, I should probably go look for the next section while I talk about this. So I've got to do all of, we're on Steadfast. I'm trying to find the cheapest styles to learn because some of these are cost a lot of gold, and Steadfast is pretty cheap. We just got the legs, but we didn't learn them yet. All right. So next we got to do shoulders. Yeah, back in 2019, I kind of blew up pretty quickly. I was streaming mostly Eve Online. Well, you need shoulders next. I was streaming mostly Eve Online at that time, but also Overwatch and Elite Dangerous. And there was one Eve Online stream. We need to go to Somerset, Eleanor. There was one Eve Online stream where I was just hanging out, doing my thing, and I was pretty much at the point where I was almost affiliate, which you need to hit affiliate to be able to receive subs and bits and make any kind of money. It was, at the time, you needed an average of 3 viewers per stream and a total of 50 followers. I think I'd managed to get the average 3 viewers per stream, and I usually do a little bit better than that now, even when I've come back, but I started really late today, and starting really late is always bad for your stream numbers. But I'm not too obsessed about numbers anymore. I'm more interested in creating content, especially since all the content now gets uploaded to YouTube afterwards. It's just going to take a while to catch up with where we're at the moment. I need to go to Somerset. Let me finish this. Somerset, Eleanor. All right. So what happened is I had the 3 average viewers I needed, but I didn't quite. I had one of them. I don't remember which one. I either had the 50 total followers or the 3 average viewers, but I didn't have both yet. And then I was just streaming, doing some chill Eve Online content, and I got a raid by a guy named Urshslag. He dropped the slag. He's just Urs now. But this is a super chill, really wonderful dude. He streams more than just Eve Online, but it's mostly Eve. Go give him a follow. He absolutely deserves all your love. Let's let him play the clip real quick.
Oh shit, I'm in the blue cloud right now, I just realized. Can I still out-tank this without running my booster? That is the question. So application on that one was sweet. I cannot complain about this. Oh wow.
Okay, it sounds like the end of the clip. Yeah. So that guy came in and he dropped 120 viewers on my head and got me to affiliate that night. And then for the longest time ever, I was a... We need the shoulders. I was an Eve Online only streamer because... Oh, that one's expensive. We can find one for 1/10 that, probably. If not, 1/5 that, probably. So let's scan this so people know that's gone. And we can do more. I'll catch up with chat in a second. I see this move a few times. I just want to finish the story. So I was an Eve Online streamer only for the longest time because that was what was making me the money. At that point, I was in the top 2% of streamers on Twitch. I was averaging 20 to 30 viewers a stream. I was making a partner push, so I was like really obsessing over the numbers. I was like, what's the best time to stream? What time do I need to stop streaming when my numbers fall off and things like that. Now I don't care about any of that stuff at all. Like I do care on a minor level, but I just see Twitch as a stepping stone to other things. Whereas at that point, it was I never realized you could. I thought Twitch was dumb originally. I actually made a account back in 2016 to support one of my friends that was streaming at the time, and it was only so I could give him my Prime sub. And then I left a job that was in a really bad situation in 2019. And while I was looking for jobs, filling out applications, I would play a lot of video games during my downtime. And I was like, well, I have a Twitch account. Let's see what happens. And then I was like, wait, I can actually make money doing this. But I wasn't doing a very good job of monetizing at that point. I didn't have any merch. I did giveaways in EVE Online, but it was basically just to bring viewers in. And then I played a couple other games, Elder Scrolls Online namely, just other games I really wanted to get into. And the EVE Online community did not like that at all. Like they were like, we own you basically. We've paid $5 to watch you stream. You're not allowed to stream anything other than EVE. And that made me quit for a while. But let me catch up with chat before we go into anything else. I think you can adjust the I'm here for growth. My knowledge is more like a puddle, wide ranging but not very deep in a one area. I got affiliated back in the day, even got my own emote. Nice, that's awesome. That's a cool emote. I love it. The Monkus. Take your time. I ain't going nowhere. I appreciate that, my dude. So when I came back, here, let's bring up the whole graph, because the graph I feel tells the story better than I can. If you aren't aware, there's a really solid website for tracking your stuff. It's called Twitch Tracker, as one might imagine. So you can see, I used to stream all day, every day, basically. In February of 2019, I streamed 171 hours. You can see it was EVE, EVE Online, Apex Legends, RuneScape, EVE, and Ark, I think that is, EVE, and Star Wars Republic Commando. I did that for May the 4th. That's probably one of my favorite all-time Star Wars games. But then I got into Overwatch and Space Engineers and Elder Scrolls Online, and the EVE community did not like that at all. So I just stopped streaming for a while. And then when I came back, I was a full-time ESO streamer, but you can see more of a variety streamer. And then I basically, even though there's a couple random streams here, I was like in a really tough living situation for about 3 years where I wasn't able to stream often, and I would try to do it, but you can see I never managed to do that. And I think these graphs show it way better. You can see I absolutely blew up when I did nothing but EVE Online. And then I stopped, and then I grew at a pretty decent rate when I was a primarily Elder Scrolls Online streamer. And then ever since then, it's just kind of been a slow climb. And I don't think I'll ever see those levels of growth again. But as long as you can see at the end here, at the very, very end, there's a slight upwards trend. You can see it a little bit back here. As long as I can keep that upwards trend going, I'm happy. Especially because the YouTube's doing better than I expected. It's probably going to take 3 to 4 months to monetize it. But the fact that things are happening on YouTube at all, I'm really excited about it. So thank you for everyone that's been over there helping that happen. We need to go look somewhere else for this. Reaper's March Rolaka. Yeah, we have that there. I take Those were likely COVID related when people were forced to stay home and use. Yeah, so I did try to stream a lot during COVID, but I was in such a weird mental health spot myself that I wasn't very consistent with it. And the primary thing you need to do to grow anywhere is consistency. So, COVID's actually when I started doing these Sunday mental health and philosophy streams. Because the whole idea was, well, people used to go out to church. Why am I here again? Yeah, we got to look for grindy farmers. People used to go out to church. People used to go out to the jazz club or maybe the dance club or maybe they would have a D&D thing. We got to scan it so other people don't come here looking for the same thing. And they just couldn't do whatever it was they used to do that was a social thing to blow off steam on the weekends. And a lot of people, they were either deemed essential workers, so they had to keep working, or they were forced into remote work, which in many situations ended up being even more stressful because you couldn't just go home, and there were lots of while it was better for some people, it's also in some ways easier to exploit remote workers than it is when you have people coming into an office. So I started doing these Sunday chill streams where I would just get cucked by ads. Let me catch up with chat. That's true. I'm actually gonna take a moment to hydrate while the ad is playing. It's so frustrating. It's especially as someone like myself who will take 30 to 40 minutes to tell a single story, to have one story interrupted by these ad breaks that are every 20 minutes or whatever it is. It's so frustrating. It really interrupts my train of thought when I see it popping up, letting me know that like half my chat probably can't hear what I was saying. But I don't even remember what I was saying now. Yeah, oh, the COVID stuff. Yeah. So basically, what happened is I started doing these streams, and actually, the first thing I did was the robe was a thing back in the EVE Online days. So I did it once for April Fools. And the whole reason I even had the robe begin with, we need to go to Vardenfell and look there next. The whole reason I even had the robe to begin with was because one of the guys at the fire department said something. I was a volunteer firefighter for almost 15 years, and I was always Harrier. I'm not exactly sure all the reasons why, but firefighters love our nicknames, and one of the things I did back then is we technically had to shave everything below the upper lip so we could get a seal on our mask, but I I've always kind of bent the rules, and I would have like a kind of Fu Manchu, but it wasn't a full Fu Manchu. I kept it very trimmed up just on the base of my chin, almost like, and it was very short, almost like a soul patch, just wider. And I did start growing my hair out a little bit back then. So some of the guys, my first, the Descendants, my first nickname in the fire department was, oh, it's the Outlaws Refuge, not the city itself. My first nickname in the fire department was Squidward, because of my giant nose and pretty decent sized forehead. It wasn't as big back then because, you know, I was young and I actually had a decent hairline back then. But eventually they started calling me Jesus. And so one of the guys specifically requested, "Yo, you need to go as Jesus for Halloween." And I was like, "I don't know, man. I'll think about it." And then actually on my birthday, which was October 29th, I was helping one of my friends move out of his parents' house. Well, his parents were divorced, but his mom and stepdad were selling their old house in Ohio. So I drove into Ohio and I was helping him clean that stuff out. And he had a white bathrobe that he was just going to throw out. And I was like, "Actually, do you mind if I take it and use it for a Halloween costume?" Because Halloween was like in 2 days. He's like, "Yeah, sure, go for it. You're helping me out." I was like, "Cool." So I ended up showing up to Halloween in the white bathrobe. I drew like wounds on my hand and my side and stuff like that, and it was pretty funny. The guys got a good laugh out of it. But then randomly, I was trying to figure out like gimmicks to kind of blow up on Twitch at the time. So one April Fool's, I decided to whip out the white bathrobe, and chat absolutely loved it. And it's not the same bathrobe I'm wearing now. That bathrobe got all worn out, a million different coffee stains on it. It was like ratty, really cheap, like Walmart bathrobe. This is actually a pretty nice bathrobe. This is like one of the ones you get if you go to a very expensive luxury hotel. Because when I bought this, I was doing kind of well financially, and I was like, well, if I'm gonna spend a lot of time in that bathrobe, I'm gonna make sure it's a quality one. One, so it doesn't wear it as fast, but two, so I'm more comfy. We're still trying to find this motif. Let's try Blackwood next. And basically, what happened was it became a meme that I couldn't escape. Since I was mostly streaming space games like EVE Online and Space Engineers at the time, people started calling me Space Jesus. And I thought that was pretty funny. Then, when I left EVE Online, I kind of retired the robe because I had a lot of negative feelings about that community, the way they'd kind of turn their backs on me, almost like they crucified me. Okay, I'm gonna stop. But so I kind of left the white bathrobe behind, and then when COVID started, and I started doing these Sunday streams, I was like, you know what? Maybe I can channel some of that energy, and it'll help people out. We need to find ankle biters. They're right behind us. Look at that. I got so sick of the ankle biters that would watch my Eve stream. Because it occurred to me that a lot of them, not all of them, I still have some solid OGs from the original Eve streaming days that come back around. But a lot of them were literally just there for like the skin giveaways and stuff I was doing, and that's why they were so mad I wasn't streaming Eve anymore. They couldn't get free things from me anymore. So what good was I to them? So, but when we brought back when I started streaming during quarantine on Sundays, doing these first mental health and philosophy streams, I brought back the robe. And the first thing I did, which is honestly one of the scariest things I've ever done on stream. I'm not a person that gets nervous or performance anxiety. I used to be a theater major. I did some choirs and theater in college too, in high school. But I got really nervous about reading the entire New Testament of the Bible on stream, and it went way better than I thought it was. That was the first thing I read during these Sunday streams. And then I went and I think I did a self-help book next, which was probably Turn Your Pain into Art. Not really a self-help book, but it's more of like an autobiography from one of the lead singers of one of my favorite bands, Icon for Hire. Then I read the entire Dune series, well, no, the entire Dune book on stream. I haven't read the other books. I'd like to do that eventually. And I've also read a bunch of Plato now. Plato is the current thing. I don't know what we're going to do next. I have a lot of novels and stuff I'd like to read. The part of the reason I started doing the novels is because and even the Bible itself, is because I wasn't able to find time to read the way I used to. When I was young, I used to do pretty much nothing but read. And now all I do is figure out how to make ends meet. So I was like, well, if I read while streaming, I can do both at the same time, you know? Let me catch up with chat. All you need is one funny TikTok clip and boom, you're in. That's true. And TikTok has been unbanned. Actually, my most recent post on my YouTube and my TikTok was about the TikTok ban. But the thing about it is we don't know how long the TikTok unban is going to last. Because technically, TikTok is still banned. Was I not supposed to get those? Did I get the wrong one? Okay. I was looking for shoulders. Apparently I don't need feet. I already have feet. I must have got those as drops at some point. So we do need gloves, though. But basically, I'll go over the whole TikTok situation in a sec once I'm moving again. Did I actually? These ones are ones that I bought accidentally that I already have. We're gonna have to resell them. So, what's going on with? Let me catch and make sure. Twitch had a huge spike of activity in that time. Yeah, for sure. That's not to say you wouldn't have still seen some growth. Rather, it was a nice boost. Yeah, for sure. So, honestly, I really wish I would have started back in 2016 when I made an account. Because I'd probably be... Not that I'd be, like, on his level, but I'd be similar to, like, an Asmongold type streamer at this point, you know? And instead of... I'd have maybe 4,000 viewers instead of 4 type thing if I'd stuck with it and started back in 2016, you know? I thought it was... I used to be very prideful. That's probably the greatest of my 7 deadly sins, right? We all have one that we struggle with the most, and mine's always been pride. I was like, I looked down upon streaming video games as a career. I thought it was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. I was like, bro, who the fuck would sit around and watch you play video games and pay money for you to do it? But one of my good friends, we're gonna give him a shout out, even though he doesn't stream anymore. We'll let the clip play. He's got some ridiculous clips sometimes, and I need to hydrate anyways.
Oh no, I'm out of here.
He was streaming old school RuneScape at the time. And it was doing pretty good. And we were just chilling over at his place. I was working 2016. Where was I working 2016? Probably general maintenance at a 110 unit apartment complex. And I would just go over after work sometimes, chill with him. We'd smoke and play Super Smash Bros. And stuff. So one time I asked him, I was like, "Hey, bro, like, what you been doing for work lately?" And he was like, "Oh, streaming on Twitch." I was like, "What the hell is Twitch?" Uh, he was like, "Oh, it's a website where I play RuneScape, and people pay me money to do it." I was like, "Wait, what? You mean that game I played in like 8th grade? Like, so back then it was like 10 years ago, but like 20 years ago now. But like, you mean that game I played back in 8th grade and like 10 years ago?" It was like, "Yeah, that one." I was like, "What? People pay money to watch you play that? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." And he was like, "Yeah, but you should make an account." I was like, "Bro, I'm not gonna pay you money. I'm not even gonna sit there and watch it. Like, why would I do that?" And he was like, "Well, you get a free sub per month if you have Prime." And I did have Amazon Prime. So I was like, well, I'll absolutely make an account. Like, you mean I get to help out my bro, give him $250 a month for free? Easy. So that's why I made an account back in 2016. And you have to log in. I'm sure you're well aware of this because you just did it. You can't just set it to auto renew like a regular sub. You have to log in every month to refresh that sub, and it doesn't really warn you. So I ended up starting to just randomly show up and hang out in his stream a little bit as the process of going to give him the sub, which is actually very sneaky that Twitch does that. You know, that's why you can't just auto renew your sub. They want to get you trapped in the architecture, and it worked. So that's why I started streaming in 2019. But it's like, if I had started streaming in 2016, or if I hadn't stopped streaming in 2019, or hadn't started streaming in 2020, then I'd. But I try not to think about it. Let's just put it that way. I've just tried to focus on getting back to where I was. Legion of the Forgotten. This is the correct spot. We are looking for the gloves. One of the mistakes I've made that caused me to buy the extra wrong stuff is forgetting to change that and searching. Cool, it's there. So we're gonna buy it, and we're going to do the scan so that other people don't come looking for something that's been bought the way I've done several times. And let me catch up with chat a little bit. Jesus is a way better nickname. Dude, the plight of all long-haired men, right? Long-haired bearded men were just all called Jesus. I actually thought about changing my Twitch name to Space Jesus for a while, but I did like a Google search, and there's already like an electronic music artist named Space Jesus. So, plus, it felt a little blasphemous to actually call myself that. Whereas like a nickname is like, all right, if someone else calls me that, it's not that big of an issue. But, and I feel like just in general, Steel Drifter is a stronger brand. It's not, originally when I first started streaming, I was Steel City Drifter because I used to live in Pittsburgh, and it all started from there. But then I was like, well, eventually I'm probably going to move out of Pittsburgh, and eventually it also is kind of limiting, right? We don't necessarily get along with Philadelphia. So while I'm sure most people wouldn't mind, I'm sure there'd be some people that it's like, ooh, Steel City Drifter, this guy lives in Pittsburgh, I ain't following him. So once I started thinking more as in wanting a global presence, I dropped the city. It's funny because there are some people that you can tell they're OGs because I'll like raid them, and they still call me Steel City, and then they like apologize. I'm like, no, that's cool. It's heartwarming that you've been around that long, that you know that that it's like ingrained in your brain. We need belts next. I've wanted to do this for 3 years. It's just such a massive, insane grind. Okay, we can't go to that one. Back to Grotwood, it looks like. And it's not even, it's also kind of expensive gold-wise. We're doing the cheapest ones I can find. But when I started going for this achievement, I had over 3 million gold in this game. Now that I'm below 1 million. So I'm taking a little extra time to make it less expensive. Or to cut out as much expenses as I can. Asmongold got the cops called on him for trying to get into his apartment while looking homeless. Is that what that video was? I kind of saw a clip where it was like they thought I was homeless or something, but I didn't end up watching it. I think that's hilarious. I've had run-ins with the cops where I'm pretty sure I thought I was homeless. One, it was in the town that I was a firefighter for 15 years almost. But it's like all new cops except the chief. So so they didn't recognize me. And honestly, I was really mad about the whole situation, not because they didn't recognize me, but just the way they treated me. No one should be treated that way. And I was gonna make a whole video on it, but there's a lot of video content that I lost. Like, I don't know if you saw the serial review videos I've been uploading, but there were more before the first one. I lost probably 4 or 5 of those, if I had to guess. And there's a whole video I recorded of me ranting about the cops being an absolute dick to me while there was like a downpour raining, and it's like they don't care about people. I'm saying not all cops, right? But it used to be more cops were good cops than were bad cops, but now I'm saying this from a retired firefighter's perspective. What I see as someone who's been in the emergency services and understands all that on a deeper level than most people, these days there are more bad cops than there are good cops, and that's very concerning to me. I think that was it, yeah. I know the feeling. My original name was Lame Dude, and then there's one streamer that still agrees to with the high lame. Yeah. I have to say My Dude is a much better name. One of the things we've talked about a lot in this channel over the years, specifically on these Sunday chats, is how you talk about yourself is one of the most important things. Because it's okay to make self-deprecating comments sometimes, but you need to really understand they're a joke, right? So one of the guys used to hang out in the stream all the time. Let's see if I can spell it right. I actually discovered him through my friend Monar, because he was also a RudeScape streamer. He did a lot of Dead Man mode. Let's see if this is the right. Oh, he played Dark and Darker? Does he still stream? Because that's a new game. He did a lot of Rust afterwards. I gotta check him out, see when his last stream was. Am I still following him? Because sometimes Twitch unfollows you and shit.
Do you have any stone?
I am still following him. Okay. So his big thing is TDG, Tiny Dick Gang, right? And I think part of that is because he's also a fitness-focused streamer. I used to do a lot of fitness streams, and there's always the joke that when you take steroids, it makes your penis smaller. But I've never taken any steroids. I did recently, the past few years, get into protein powder and BCAAs and certain supplements. A lot of the stuff's snake oil, so you got to be careful. And a lot of it is stuff that you probably aren't active enough to need, anyways. So we can talk about all that if people are interested in learning which fitness supplements are good. Because I obsessively research everything. When I started deciding to take fitness supplements, I went and I looked for like actual peer-reviewed science studies as to what helps and what's just snake oil, because there's a lot of stuff out there that people are trying to sell you in the fitness world. But it's one of those things where if you're telling jokes about having a tiny dick, unless you actually have a tiny penis and that's something that you really feel self-conscious about, then you shouldn't tell the joke, because while you tell everyone it's a joke, it's actually, you're doing it to yourself, right? I've seen a lot of people that they'll make self-deprecating jokes and then everybody laughs at it and they get sad. And it's like, bro, if you shouldn't tell jokes that are going to hurt your own ego, you know, type thing. So from that perspective, just tying it back in, if you name yourself lame, you are eventually going to internalize that on some level. Names are super important. Names are one of the most important things. That's on a whole, like, occasionally saying you're lame is one thing. I'm sure I've done some things that I said were lame. I'll say I'm cringe sometimes, but that's because I don't actually think I'm truly cringe. I've done some things that I look back at and I cringe at, because who hasn't, right? Especially when you've been putting content out on the internet for years and you can watch yourself grow through that. There's also a lot of I've been writing songs and stuff since I was like, did we scan this one yet? I don't think we did. I don't remember. We're gonna scan it again, just in case. I've been writing songs since like 10th grade, and I'll go back and look at some of those songs, and those were pretty cringe. But if you were to like actually name yourself Cringe Lord on Twitch or something, then you start to internalize that and actually become kind of cringe, right? So names are hugely important, but a little bit of self-deprecating humor every so often, that's fine. It's a nice nod to the history, isn't it? Absolutely. I enjoyed our convo tonight. Def helped me after a rough day. I'm gonna mute the stream for a bit and head back to Nosferatu and some VODs for tonight. Take care. Sorry if... Oh, you're still here. Leave. I see you just posted the last chat. Leaving you open a tab to help with the viewer count. I'll pop back in. Night Bros. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much, IB2 Great. And that's a great name, too. That's why I enjoyed it so much, right? A lot of people might say, oh, that's just pure hubris. No, it's about elevating yourself. I understand where you're coming from with that name. Tiny Dick Gang, absolutely. Yeah, it's so funny. Don't kill the part of you that is cringe, kill the part of you that cringes. Interesting. Yeah, I agree with that on the meta level, right? Some people are going to take that the wrong way, and they're like, so you mean I should keep making rape jokes? No, don't do that. That is like, that's one of the things that I do. I've heard one every so often that will make me chuckle a little bit, but don't get me wrong. I played the original Halo. I played the online Halos, which were 2 and 3, the big ones. I think 3 was the one I played the most of. And like, especially with like the teabagging and all that stuff, there was a lot of inappropriate sexual trash talk that happened back in those days as an edgy teenager. But I don't look back on any of that fondly. I wish I'd never done any of it, to be sure, right? But at the same time, you need to learn to be comfortable with the fact that you did it and you can't take it back. There's a scene that pops up. I don't even remember when I saw this recently, but it made me really remind myself that I need to not be so hard on myself all the time. Oh, did you see Trump's new meme coin? I think that is the funniest shit ever. Oh my god. Dude, I didn't even see this yet. Melania Trump has one too. Holy shit. That's insane. That's cringe. So this scene right here. I don't know if this is the whole thing. But is it muted? No.
What is that?
This is your file. I have to send it back to the judge for evaluation.
Oh. Hey, you're not gonna fail me, are you?
By the way, if you've never watched Good Will Hunting, absolutely do it. It's one of the most amazing movies ever. I think it's this part.
This is not your fault. I don't know a lot. You see this? All this shit. This is not your fault. Look at me, son.
I miss Robin Williams so
It's
much.
not your fault.
I know.
It's not your fault.
I know.
No, you don't. It's not your fault.
I know.
It's not your fault.
All right.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Don't fuck with me. It's not your fault.
It's not your fault, kitty.
Hey, all right? Don't fuck with me, Sean. Not you.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
I remember what it is now that brought me back to this. So do you guys know because science? So he's not allowed to say that anymore because he's not allowed to say that anymore because of hey, look, there it is. Because of copyright, basically. That's because science owns that, and he did it for them, but then he went solo. And he recently had this video, watched it 2 weeks ago. I'll link it if anyone wants to give it a whole watch. I don't necessarily feel like watching it this stream, but maybe we'll watch it another stream because I'm trying to focus on this whole thing right now. But basically what that video talks about is because of the way our brains are wired and because of the way where we've descended from previous evolutionary iterations of humans and because of causal chains and things like that, free will might just be an illusion. I disagree with that because his whole thing is you can't control like who your parents were, which you get your genetics from, and you get the situation you were raised in from. You can't control who their parents were. You can't control what part of the world you were born in. You can't control what century you were born in. And all these things influence your decision making process, right? Today, it's pretty much universally accepted in Western cultures that slavery is evil. But for most of human history, slavery was normal, right? So if you grew up in a society where slavery was normal, especially if you were like someone who grew up high in the Roman courts, then you would have grown up with slaves serving you and would have just seen that as the normal part of society. So the you today that despises slavery doesn't necessarily mean that you would have despised slavery 200 or 2,000 or 20,000 if humans existed back then. I'm pretty sure they did, because the pyramids are what, 10,000 years old or something like that, or we don't know how old they are because it gets all weird. But so that's the whole point of that video. But the reason I disagree with it is he talks about a causal chain, or as I like to call it, the chain of causality, because it makes me think of the chain of command. And that one of my favorite quotes of all time is from Firefly, when what's his face says, "Do you know what the chain of command is? It's the chain I go get and beat you with until you understand who's running in command here." Well, so I call it the chain of causality. Yes, it is a whole series of things that you can't control, but you still control that last final link in it. However, when looking back on the previous links, like the stupid things I said when I was an edgy teenage gamer, I can't go back and change those. So I just have to accept that because I didn't know then what I know now, it wasn't really my fault. Am I still responsible for it? Absolutely. But it wasn't my fault. I'm inclined to agree. I've had enough positive feedback from the people on Twitch to even start to believe it. Saying you're not lame. Come on. And one streamer was saying my name wrong is I am Amy dude. Nice. I like that. So I eventually changed it to more relaxed and casual name, so people are forced to greet me with "Sup, my dude." I love it. Yeah, I love just calling you my dude. It's a great Twitch name. Surprised you got it. To be honest, most people don't read it right the first time. Kept the name because my dad named my Xbox account that back in the day. Kept it ever since. Now I'm leaving a realist. Take care, dude. Yeah. Appreciate you hanging out. There are some that I don't get. But let's just say I try to play things pretty low key, but I catch on to most things pretty quickly. I used to flaunt things when I was younger, and then I realized that just kind of make everyone hate you. So I play things as low key as I can right now. It doesn't always work though, because sometimes I try and help people, even when they ask. I used to do it even when they didn't ask for help, which was bad. You should just never give people unsolicited advice unless it's something that's absolutely necessary to, like, unless it's someone you really know or someone who's in a situation that's really dire, then it's probably worth the risk. But for the most part, there might be one in the Outlaws Refuge. Let's go look at that. Where is the Outlaws Refuge here? I don't even know how to get to it. But for the most part, you shouldn't give people unsolicited advice because they're not going to take it. a lot of people are just gonna be like, bro, who the fuck are you? And why are you telling me anything? And sometimes they're right, but even when they're wrong and you do actually know what's going on, they're still not going to listen to you. So you're just wasting your breath and getting people mad at you. And if maybe they would have listened to you in the future, they're a lot less likely to do that now because you're aggravating them by giving them unsolicited advice, which a lot of people have massive egos, especially these days, especially in the streamer world. That's why I love watching the OnlyFans content. I'm not really a WoW player. I did play it a little bit, but I never got to 60. I got my mount and stuff, but the friends I was playing with stopped playing, and I was primarily playing it as a social thing. Would I join OnlyFans? Absolutely, but primarily for the content, and I'm not a big enough streamer to get in there anyways. But I love watching it because the insane drama that comes out of that guild with all these streamer egos smashed together, I think it's absolutely hilarious. It's true. I saw a quote somewhere that said the people who give the most advice are often the ones who need it the most. Absolutely. And it made me start looking at myself more than others, and I try and improve myself a bit. Yeah, the one I go back to the most is it's the same thing, just spoken from the opposite direction, and from the king of pop himself. If you want to change the world, you should start by taking a look at the man in the mirror. You know, if you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. The best way to inspire people to be better is to lead by example. Now, I've always been, the reason it was difficult for me to set that aside a lot is because I've always been a bit of an educator. Even from a young age, I would like study things obsessively. I've always been focused on conservation. I remember when I was very, very young, my dad would like would tell his story about how when I was really young, I what was I say? I don't know if I was necessarily like aggressive about it, but he said I confronted him about leaving the water running while he was shaving, right? Because he would shave and he'd like leave the faucet on so he could dip the razor under the faucet. And I was like, that's really wasteful. You shouldn't do that. And I've always been very much my own person too. One of the other stories he likes to tell is I just lost the guitar pick I was playing with. I fidget a lot too. I was playing with a guitar pick in my hand off screen. I think it's under my mini fridge now. But anyways, he likes to tell a story about when we moved from Pittsburgh to Indianapolis for a few years. He told me that we'd still. He asked me. He was like, so if Pittsburgh Steelers play the Indianapolis Colts, where we still have to root for the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? And I was like, no, Dad, I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to root for the Colts instead. And I was like really young when this happened. That was like first or second grade, I think, kindergarten, around that time. So I've always definitely been one to go against the grain, so to speak, the swim up the river type. And because of that, I've always been very good at discovering the truth. A lot of people like to live in delusions. There's a lot of, especially these days more than ever, misinformation and disinformation. So I've always enjoyed reading a lot. I like understanding things. So I would actually go into my classes and I would correct the teachers when they got something wrong in class. And that would, I imagine, have to be very frustrating for them. Oftentimes, it was because I like literally read it out of the book. And the book that they were having us read, they were teaching it wrong. So, but then eventually I started working for the Upward Bound program in the fire department. So if you don't know what the Upward Bound program is, it's for first generation college students, people that didn't have the benefit of having a parent or someone go through the system before them. So they don't know how to do what's the word? Financial aid. They don't know how to do class planning or any of the stuff that's necessary to really succeed in college. So what would happen is these students for 3 years in high school would go to this program, and then to graduate the program, either their senior year or their junior year, they needed to go and stay on the college campus for, oh, that's not the way out. What's the way out? That's the way out. They need to go and stay on the college campus for a summer. It was 6 weeks, but I worked there 7 weeks a summer because there was one orientation week where we did planning, got to know the other tutor counselors, and all that stuff. So I did that for 2 years. Also, in the fire department, I ended up being a mentor to a lot of the younger people. And then eventually I went to become a firearms instructor as well. So I've always been very much an educator and a teacher, just even before I started doing all this stuff. And when you do that your entire life, it can be really hard to just set that aside at times, you know, where I didn't realize for the longest time, I'm not the most socially adept person. It may not necessarily seem like it, but I'm kind of on the spectrum a little bit. Not a lot, but the best way I would describe it is there's this
Anything I can do for you?
role-playing game I like to play called Star Wars Combine. Oh, I need to scan both of these so that someone else doesn't come looking for these things that I've looked for and aren't here. Wait, I'm not searching for the right one. I need to change it to Axis, so that might be the problem. Okay, it's here. What the fuck? Oh, it's not here though. Not the one I'm looking for. It's the same thing. I'm looking for one that costs 1,000 gold. Someone's asking 125,000 gold for this. What the hell? So yeah, we're definitely gonna scan to make sure that one gets removed. But it's taken me a long time to become truly self-aware of myself. It's probably only in the past 5 or 6 years, I'd say. And two of the things that really helped was playing the Star Wars role-playing game online that I play. And just because I interacted with a lot of interesting personalities there, to say the least. And one of them was this guy who ended up getting banned from it because he would just harass other players too much, and he always had this excuse, and his excuse was that he's on the spectrum and he's a 13-year-old mind trapped in a 30-year-old's body. Well, that kind of helped me be able to put into words how I used to feel. I didn't realize it at the time, but when I was a 13-year-old, I felt like a 30-year-old trapped in a 13-year-old's body, because I would just look around at everyone my age and even people older than me and be, how can you be so childish and immature and so short-sighted and so stupid? And as I've mentioned before, I said that the big thing that I really struggled with a lot in my life, my primary of the 7 deadly sins has always been pride, right? So I didn't really realize that it was a combination of two things. One, me not really being, I'm highly compartmentalized. So it's one of those things where I do pick up on the social cues. I just don't care, because I want people to grow the fuck up. So when I was really young, really young, I didn't pick up on the social cues at all. I didn't understand why people would be so selfish and so mean and so short-sighted. So it would get me really angry. And around 4th and 5th grade, it started really causing problems for me, because I would get brutally picked on for being so different. And so what I started doing at that time was I started people watching. I became very quiet in most social situations. I'm still very quiet to this day, but it's for so many reasons. When you like hang out with me in person, I'm still the same person, just all this stuff that I'm saying, it all goes on in my head. I very rarely speak up during social situations, except to like crack a witty joke or like maybe call someone out on some bullshit occasionally. But I essentially reverse engineered social interactions starting in 4th grade, and then by like the time I was in 7th or 8th grade, I had it figured out, and I kind of had like this maverick outsider reputation in high school, where it was like there was a defining moment of my high school career where I was always skinny, but like skinny strong, as someone put it once. So there was this, I played soccer since I was like 6 years old or something. And there was this, okay, we'll tell this story after the ad break. Let me catch up with chat in the meantime. I like that one. Said another way, an old Canadian proverb, don't judge your neighbor for the snow on their sidewalk until you've cleared the snow from your roof. Meaning that even though your sidewalk is clear right now with enough wind, it won't be for long. Yeah, for sure. I like that a lot. That's a good proverb. It's a very good proverb. We can talk about another proverb that I'm very much a fan of myself in a moment. In the meantime, I want to look at where I'm going next. Looking for these axes. We've checked both Elden routes. Next, we've got to go to Malabal. I don't know how to say that. Malabal Tor, I think. Oh. There's apparently an event that starts Thursday in this game, which is unfortunate because probably playing Marvel Rivals Thursday. Generally, that's what we do Thursday. All right. Now that we're back, yeah. So my dude said another way, an old Canadian proverb: "Don't judge your neighbor for the snow on their sidewalk until you've cleared the snow from your roof." I very much, absolutely love that proverb. It reminds me of another one, which many people don't know. Was originally attributed to Jesus, but it's very commonly said. Worry about the log in your own eye before you worry about the splinter in your neighbor's. And absolutely, always gotta focus on that inward self growth first. And I found it's really frustrating too, though, because once you start leveling up and become a better version of yourself, ironically, a lot of people will resent you for that, and it can be very frustrating. And I don't remember what else I was saying before the ad break. That's why I need to. If I really want to level up my content, especially because these get uploaded to YouTube afterwards, and I'm sure ranting about ads that don't happen on YouTube are going to be annoying for people watching YouTube. I need to learn to just power through the ad breaks without letting them disturb my train of thought. So I need to go to the Malabal Tor trading outpost right there. I like that one too, but at least your ad breaks are short enough. Yeah, so I did as much as I could to make them as non-intrusive as possible. And so unfortunately, the way their ad system works, it means we have to have more frequent ones, but I really could not stand places that did the like 3-minute long ad break every hour. That one isn't too bad, I guess, because it's more of like, all right, I'm gonna go make a coffee. But the more annoying ones were the like every 40 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever it is, minute long ad breaks, because then you come back from the ad break and the streamer is talking about an entirely different thing half the time. And it would always be that whenever I was watching someone else's stream with those longer ad breaks, that I would be like, it would always happen that they would get an ad right when I wanted to say something or talk about the conversation, and then I would type it in chat but not post it, because obviously I didn't want to have them respond by like while I couldn't hear the response. But then at the same time they'd come back from the ad break and be talking about something different, so half the time I wouldn't post it because I would be like, well, now it's just an entirely different conversation. Tape recorder on a loop or something would allow you to play back your own voice from 3 seconds ago and refresh your memory. There you go. I mean, technically, I could always go back into the VOD, because Twitch VODs, you can actually go back and watch the VOD to see what happened, I think, unless they change that. That's happened to you before? And the ad starts and they get 2 words into your message? Yeah, it's always the most frustrating thing. One of the things I want to do, that I have a list that keeps growing. There's like 10 things on this list now, and I keep forgetting about it until after I go live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 things on the list. For like different commands and things. There's a thing I've seen some people do where the bot will warn chat when an ad is coming, but I haven't figured out how to set that up yet. I've looked it up twice, and both times I couldn't find the answer. But I really want to buckle down and find out that answer, because even though it's not a super early warning, I think it happens pretty much like right as it's happening. At least it's there, so it's better than nothing, you know? What is this? Oblivion's Covenant and Fundies and Undies. We're looking for a guild trader called Fundies and Undies. I don't think I want to know what they do in that guild hall. There it is.
Greetings.
Oh, there it is. That's what we got. It doesn't matter what they do in their guild hall. They have the motif we're looking for. What's up, drunk driver? Yeah. So good to see you, bro. I think the Servibot is one of those. I'm pretty sure it's not. Oh, I'm sure it's not always accurate. My guess, maybe, I think I know how they do it. They probably just set it up as a timer. So you can set up commands to happen on a timer. Like literally the one that just happened right now. Perfect timing, Cylon Drifter. That is a timed command that happens every so often. I don't know how it is. I used to have more of them, but I shut them off because they got annoying. But theoretically, if I were to set it up on a timer, then it would work. I think the reason why the timers go off in that situation is two reasons. One, you can snooze the ad. And I used to snooze the ad like every time as, oh wait, it's still going. Damn it, I canceled it mid. I used to snooze the ad every time, as many times as it would let me. But then I realized that snoozing the ad, I was actually screwing myself over and screwing the chat over. Because if you snooze the ad, it doesn't count as like a free hall pass or whatever. It still takes that snooze time into account for when the pre-roll ads come back on. And that was really frustrating for me, that it would kind of like mess you over like that. So that might be one of the reasons why. Now, if the stream goes on long enough, it actually is slightly under what I need to keep the pre-roll ads off. And I'll tell you the reason why. The reason why is because the second thing. It's been happening more often lately. I wonder if it's partly to do with the Twitch adpocalypse or if it's just because their system's laggier. But oftentimes it will start an ad break and it takes like 2 to 3 minutes before the ad break actually happens. I'll get like a pop-up that says ad starting soon and it just stays there and it doesn't actually run the ad. So what would happen is that would run over and then pre-rolls would come back on, and then I would also have regular ads and pre-rolls running at the same time. And because it kept getting later and later and later, I would just have pre-rolls and regular ads running at the same time, and that really pissed me off. So it's actually like 1 minute less frequent than it needs to be to keep, or like 5 minutes, or there's a slider and it's 1 tick less than it needs to be to keep pre-rolls off. So now I actually build up a little bit of a buffer, and if I have a deep conversation, I can use that buffer to keep pre-rolls off while snoozing. But I need to be careful, because if I go too close, if I fly too close to the sun, then we'll get one of those delayed ads that doesn't come up when it's supposed to, and then pre-rolls come back on. But I feel like that's probably the other reason that the timers will be offset a little bit from the bot warning, is because the ads don't really always pop up when they're supposed to, because Twitch is weird like that. But I was really hoping there would be a way that the bot itself could detect when the ads are happening and then warn chat. But maybe I just have to do it using a timer. But let me catch up. I'd love to stay and watch because I do love this game, but I'm about to head to bed, so I'll have to leave you with a like. Appreciate it, Drunk Driver. Always great to see you, bro. If you're hearing this, I'm trying to finish my Master Crafter achievement. It's been 2 or 3 years, and I just never did this. I did everything but learning all the styles, because you need to learn 50 styles in their entirety. And that is the worst grind I have ever done in this entire game, because you have to travel all over Tamriel and spend like 1.5 million gold just buying these damn motifs to learn them, and that's all you got to do. So that's what I've been doing this stream. I figure it's good thing to do in the background while we have this Sunday chat. Let's go ahead and shout out Drunk Driver, by the way. Absolutely. Go ahead and check out their content. They were last seen playing the Master Chief Collection. Also play games like Left 4 Dead and all kinds of cool stuff. A retro gamer, I guess you could say, but also ESO and other things. Just another variety streamer. Great personality. Go check them out. Appreciate that. I've seen one streamer with like 20 time messages and they were set for every half hour staggered. But it means that every... Yeah, so mine are staggered as well, but I only have like 3 or 4. There's like 20 I could turn on if I wanted. But a lot of them are... content specific. Like I think I have one for my fitness supplements, but I don't even turn that on during the fitness streams anymore because I have a command for it that I can use if I ever want to do that. But it definitely got to a point where I had too many for a while, and they're all staggered. Like one is set to like, they're also set for number of lines of text as well. I think maybe I got rid of the number of lines of text ones after I got rid of 90% of my timers. But it would get to a point where sometimes the bot would just spam like 7 of them. And I'd be like, no, that's too much. So I think it's down to like 3 that I run. Let me see. There's the new merch one. There's the don't forget to follow and use Prime, which I think just popped up in chat. Okay, yeah, that's the don't forget to follow. And what other timers do I have? Give me a second. We gotta... Stream Elements isn't quite as fast as it used to be. It's old now, but they made new changes to the website, which... it's not as streamlined as it once was. Chatbot, timers. We got 3 timers on. We got the merch timer, the prime timer, and the one that just popped up. Total, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So 20 was a pretty good guess. But a lot of them are content specific. So, like, one of them is Sunday. Every Sunday is all about you. All day long I'm doing just chatting or some chill gaming specifically so I can focus on chat. Please, if anything is bothering you, speak up. Today is about focusing on mental health and providing a positive environment for people to recharge. I also promote discussion on philosophy, science, and spirituality, especially on Sunday. Doesn't have to be something troubling you either. I always like to hear things that people are excited about. That was just I used to turn that on every Sunday, but it's a massive wall of text that I don't really need. There's also a couple that were like I did a Genshin stream once or twice, I think. There's one for that because when you do a sponsored stream like that, you're supposed to have a timer in there that promotes the stuff. So that one I don't use. I have a sleeping one, but I don't really do the sleeping stuff. Oh, there was a Streamloots timer from when I used to do Streamloots. I can probably delete a lot of these. Oh. Dude, this one, I had a salty timer from when I used to, if I activate it, will it go right now? I have a salty timer from when I used to play Lost Ark. Because I paid for early access and then I got fucked by their system. Okay, no, it didn't go. I turned it back off anyways. But yeah, I do try and keep the timers to be relatively reasonable and focused on the specific content we're doing. And that's one of the reasons I don't generally use the other timers, is because I quite simply just forget to turn them off. So even though I have that Sunday timer and I could make it shorter, it'll still be going on like Wednesday in the middle of the week. And then I'll see it pop up and I'll be like, oh, wait, it's not Sunday. What the fuck is wrong with me? You know? All right. So next we got to go back to Grotwood. The most annoying thing is we just keep going back to the same places, right? We've been at Grotwood like 5 times already. And could I streamline this by looking up all of them in a certain area and seeing what's there? Yes, but that still probably wouldn't make it any faster, because I'd likely need to end up doing the search again anyways, because it doesn't really update in real time. It only removes it from the list. Well, first of all, let's make sure I'm searching the right thing. It only removes it from the list when someone else does a scan. So like, see here, we came to this place and it's supposed to be here, but it's not. So to remove it, we've got to do a scan to get it off that thing. So I'd end up probably wasting more time if I were to look for all the same stuff in this same area, or it would be about the same. I'd end up doing a lot more searches on Tamriel Trade Center than I do this way, even if it were less teleporting. And it's half a dozen in one basket, 6 in the other. You know, it doesn't really matter either way. It's probably about the same amount of time to find these regardless. It would be a lot less time to find these if I didn't scan, but I scan for 2 reasons. 3 reasons. The first is I use the website and I benefit from the website, and this website wouldn't exist. There'd be no data on it at all if people didn't scan. So I scan to contribute. I benefit from it, so I pay into it, essentially. The second reason I do it is because if I come to this location and the item doesn't exist here, I don't want someone else to waste their time looking for the same item that no longer exists, right? And the third reason I do it is basically the same thing. Whenever I buy an item, I scan so that second reason doesn't happen to someone else. So the scan gives me plenty of time to talk about whatever the hell we want to talk about with chat, though. So I figured it would be, especially now that I'm scanning, when originally I wasn't scanning because the add-on wasn't working properly and my add-on manager isn't working properly, but I found out that the add-on actually updates itself now, so I don't even need to use the add-on manager to update it. You can, if you go back and look at my VOD from my last stream, I spent a good deal of time trying to fix the add-on manager, and it just wasn't working. I think I really need to do a clean OS install of my PC, but I don't really want to do that yet. I'm thinking maybe next month. I have a huge backlog of like 70 videos that I'm trying to upload to YouTube, and the internet here is really slow, so it takes like sometimes 6 or 7 hours to upload a stream. I generally set 2 videos to upload before I go to sleep. So when I do reset my PC, I want to do a full wipe of everything. And I don't have anywhere that I can just throw 300 gigabytes of video, you know? That's a lot of video. So we're putting it all up on YouTube first. Spectrum? No, it's not Spectrum. It's Verizon. Spectrum would actually be way better, because the problem with Verizon is, even if you get the most expensive speed they have, they only guarantee an upload rate of 4 kps, kilobyte, 4 kilobytes per second, or kilobytes. I'm not sure which one it is. 4K. We'll just say they only guarantee 4K, and they cap you at 5K to be able to stream at 1080p. You need to be over 5K. When I first started streaming up here, I had a problem where the stream was lagging out. The other thing that really sucks about Verizon Internet is that it's not even wired. So even though my PC is hardwired into the modem itself is connecting wirelessly to cell towers. So my ping is terrible, and I get random lag spikes. It's really, really bad. It's the worst internet I've ever had in my entire life, actually. Comparatively, you know, like, it's still faster than AOL and Net Zero that we used back in the day, but those were more competitive to what other people were offering. And the insane thing is that the Verizon internet is actually more expensive or the same price as Spectrum, and Spectrum offers, for the same price, 20K upload speed. But I can't get the landlord to switch. I can't even get the landlord to buy smoke detectors. It's been 4 months and I don't have smoke detectors here yet, which is kind of insane, because the whole reason I agreed to move in here was the landlord would pay for the things to remodel the place, and I'd get to set up, and I'd have the resources I'd need to stream, but those promises haven't really been kept. So I'm just doing the best I can right now. That's why the room is still in this half-finished state, because I literally don't have the raw materials to finish it. So my plan right now is to just monetize the YouTube, get my Twitch viewership back up to where I can start making money, and then I'm just gonna buy the raw materials myself. So that's why literally all I do all day, besides Saturday, I take the Sabbath off. So from Friday sundown to Saturday sundown, I don't do anything except like chill with the cat and like wash dishes and laundry and stuff like that. But every day, all day outside of that, I upload to YouTube and then I stream on Twitch. And that's all I do. I work like 15-hour shifts. It's insane. But that's life right now. The TikTok ban didn't last long at all. I didn't expect it would last long. There's two reasons. We'll talk about that in a second. We already talked about it a little bit, but we'll go back to it. I want to catch up with chat. Oh, wow, I had no idea. Up here, we only use that kind of cellular internet for people in rural areas. Yeah, it makes no sense, really. Well, basically, it makes perfect sense, because the reason why they're doing it is because they want to expand the area where they can offer internet services without laying down fiber optic wire, which is really expensive, right? Because that's what something like Spectrum, or back in Pittsburgh, we had Verizon Fios, which is their fiber optic service, which was really good. I was able to stream on 1080p that, but up here, I've actually had to reduce the stream quality to 720p because when I was trying, and I've reduced my bit rate to 4K, 4.4K. I used to stream at 5.5K, but because I was going over the max, the internet service provider would throttle me, and that would cause the stream to lag out and be really disrupted and stuff. Like if you see right now, my latency is 100 ping. And I've seen it balloon up to 300 or 400. If the stream ever lags out, it's because the internet's being fucky. I'm basically streaming from a cell phone for all intents and purposes. It's just because the modem essentially connects to their internet services. So it's kind of fucky. Look at that. It's going up to 135. Now, to be fair, ESO always had kind of higher ping. I think I would sit between 60 to 80, whereas other games like Overwatch were around 40. But still, it's always significantly higher here, and I get lag spikes way more often. It's pretty rough. Isn't not having smoke detectors kind of illegal? It's absolutely illegal, but it's a complicated situation. And I got sick of arguing. It wasn't worth the negative impact it was taking on my mental health. Like I was not really streaming or creating content at all when I was first moved up here. And the primary reason is because the emotional drain of trying to get them to keep their promises would just keep me in this permanent state of depression. So I had to just move past it. I was like, well, I can't force people to keep their promises, and most of the things I could do about it would just make the situation worse for me. So the best thing I can do right now is just get that bag and fix the problems myself eventually. That's where we're at with it right now, guys. The 1980s Nosferatu is interesting. I'm about 40 minutes in. I like the count. Very creepy and weird. Def love it. But the dialogue is so sparse that it feels like some scenes are off because Jonathan won't be reacting to the weird things the count does, and it makes for some funky, funny scenes. I definitely really need to watch that at some point. I wish you could watch movies with your chat on Twitch. I kind of have mixed feelings about that. I understand why it's copyright protected and all that stuff, but at the same time, it would be fun just to have like a hangout day, you know? You can do it on Discord, but it's kind of still the same problem of like copyright infringement a little bit. I'm trying to find maces. They didn't have one at Tamriel Buy and Sell, right? So we got to go to Blackwood. Did I tell you about the time I got banned over Mario Golf on Discord? No, that's hilarious. What happened? Like banned on a Twitch channel? No, please tell the story. I want to hear that. I've been banned from Twitch channels for stupid stuff. There are certain Twitch channels where I feel like it's a badge of honor to have been banned in them. One of my favorite things is whenever I hear that people that are in Asmongold's subreddit are getting insta-banned from another subreddit just because they're in his subreddit. I think Reddit is one of the funniest websites that exists because there is no one that is less important but has a bigger ego than a Reddit mod. I just think that's the funniest shit. We're looking for ankle biters. And that's hilarious because that's exactly what Reddit mods are ankle biters. We're searching maces? Okay, cool. They have them, and they have the cheap one we're looking for. Sometimes you gotta check, because like if someone buys that 1200 one, there was that one time we went looking for like a 1.5k listing, and the only one that existed in that place was 125k. It's weird because like the count is approaching him while he's sleeping and getting closer, and he's sitting there not saying a word, and it's like you're not gonna say anything as he's creepily approaching you in the dead of night with his claws out. Well, you said he's sleeping, right? So how's he supposed to know? Reddit made me so mad I had to quit because people will confidently say the stupidest shit and not get called out for it, and it pissed me off so much I was just arguing with them, and I was like, yeah, I never really did that with Reddit, but I've done it in certain discords, and I've also done it in the Star Wars role-playing game that I play. It's not official. It's just like a community-driven thing, and let's just say that the devs are very interesting personalities where they would like come up with this idea that was like a mediocre idea, and I would explain all the reasons that it was a bad idea and the things they would need to do to fix it to make it an okay idea, and then they would just talk down to me in really negative, mean ways, treat me like I was the idiot, and then a couple months later they would have to do exactly the things I said they would have to do to fix it. And I got really tired of that cycle. So now I don't really interact with the devs at all, except to like point out how something stupid is after the fact, and like hope that maybe they get around to fixing it. But it is what it is, you know? People do it to themselves, you know? My whole thing is I try to be helpful. And I'm not. So this is going to be weird to say. My bullet. Okay, let me do this. Since we have people in the chat in the we did find it here, right? Maces? Yeah. Alright. While we have people in the ad, we're going to look for the next one, which is swords. And then by the time I have this done... Why am I getting pinged? Was that Discord? Swords are an Auradon. Do I even have? Can I go to Auradon? Sometimes there will be a listing in DLC areas, and I have a lot of the DLC, but I don't have Prime anymore, and I don't remember which areas are. Where's First Hold? I don't remember which areas are DLC areas anymore. I've been playing this game for so long. Alright, so let's catch up with chat now that the ad's over, and then we'll say what I was going to say. One of my now ex-friends said that his Nintendo Switch was having issues. I sent a gif of Mario dancing with the caption skill issues soon after I got banned on the guy's Discord and Twitch. He will... Dude. The fact that you got banned is a skill issue and not yours. I'm just gonna leave it at that. That's like a pure ego thing. And that's the thing we'll get back to in a second. That's basically what I wanted to say when the ad cut me off. But what is this? Okay, yeah. We're here to talk to this random lone trader over here, or maybe there's a couple traders. That's farther away than I thought it would be. No, there's one trader. So let me catch up with the rest of chat. Not to mention the mob mentality that at least used to exist, where a handful of downvotes... Oh, it absolutely exists. It's even worse now on Reddit than ever before. And Wikipedia is basically becoming Reddit 2.0. It's very, very left-leaning now, which is a shame. I still go to Wikipedia for all kinds of things, but it's not as good of a resource as it was 10 years ago. All right. They don't have the swords here. So we're going to do the scan so someone else doesn't need to come here looking for it. And I'll finish catching up with chat. I shouldn't have said he was sleeping. He was awake but lying down in bed. My bad, I'm a bit tipsy. No problem. That's all good. I mostly look on Reddit for ways. Exactly. Yes. That is the best. That's really the only reason I go to Reddit anymore. Is like, how do I fix this one esoteric problem that I'm having with my washing machine? That's the number one reason that I go to Reddit. Any type of like DIY fixing stuff, especially when it comes to electronics or mechanical things or something like that. It's absolutely the number one reason I end up on Reddit. Or sometimes like troubleshooting video game stuff, things like that. I don't go on Reddit for any type of social or political commentary because it's just a bunch of dudes talking about the world who know nothing about the world because they've never left their basement. Yeah, Reddit is so bad, it actually a hive mind, I can't take it. That was me. I sent you the gif that got me banned, but for a bit of context and use and to make it more hilarious, yeah, for sure. Oh, okay. Let me see. Yeah. That's just ridiculous. It's funny when people get defensive. See, I would never... There's like two kinds of pride. There's like the ego pride, and there's the why are you so fucking stupid pride. I mentioned that pride is definitely the deadly sin that I used to struggle with the most. It probably still is. It was between pride and sloth are the two that I've struggled with the most. And once I overcame most of the pride stuff, sloth, which is laziness basically, really took over. But it wasn't like traditional laziness. Just like pride wasn't really traditional pride either, where it's like the traditional pride is like ego issues. My type of laziness was I would have no problem showing up, doing my entire work shift, and then staying and working a double because someone else didn't show up for theirs. But I didn't want to take the time to fold my socks. You know? You get what I'm saying? I didn't like the menial tasks, which also kind of taps into the pride a little bit too, probably. But the big thing for me with pride has always been the why can't you just grow up and be an adult type thing. So most people, it's the opposite. They have like big ego issues where it's like, why can't you just treat me like an adult? For me, it's like, well, because you're not acting like one. So I I get into a lot of trouble with egotistical people for two reasons. One is because like I kind of just despise them, and as much as I try to play that low key, the more intelligent people will definitely pick up on it, especially because a lot of those egotistical people, they need everyone to love them. And I'm like the type that kind of just doesn't give a fuck about anything, you know? So they're not gonna get that from me. And the other issue I run into a lot, especially in anything that has like any kind of hierarchy, and it's men primarily, it's like a lot of dudes, it happens at like bars randomly too. I don't go to bars anymore, but I used to work in a bar. What the fuck? Why am I just being randomly attacked by shit? I don't need to kill these things, but I'm going to for the fun of it. I haven't done combat in this game in forever. This is not a damage character. This is a healer. But that was fun. All right. So, we're just gonna ignore everyone else. People will often. Can I even go through the door while I'm in combat? Okay, I can. People will often try and ego battle me, but like everyone has an ego per se, but I've always been one of those people that sought ego death. And the trick about ego death is it can never truly be achieved, because achieving ego death brings its own kind of ego about it. So it's one of those things where like you just need to keep seeking to kill your ego over and over again. And many people, they do it once and then they're like, okay, I've experienced an ego death, I'm better than everyone else, which is like the most egotistical you can possibly be, right? But when you have that continual, my whole thing, like my entire life, I've tried to live by the mantra, what would Jesus do, right? So I don't get bothered really when people try to ego battle me. I kind of, my natural inclination is to laugh it off, which is a terrible idea, because if you start laughing in the face of an egotistical person who is trying to ego battle you, that's only going to piss him off more. So I very much have to learn to try and walk away, because I just can't deal with some people like that, you know? Like the whole, we were talking about the OnlyFans drama, and a perfect example of someone getting really, did we get the thing? I didn't scan, did I? A perfect example of someone getting really egotistical over the stupidest shit. No, we didn't scan because that was from combat. It was Pirate Software, and I haven't really commented on this yet because he's getting farmed by everyone on the internet, and I don't want to jump on the bandwagon. He's getting more hate than he will deserve. I will absolutely say it. But the whole thing with Pirate Software refusing to even acknowledge at the beginning that there was anything he could have done to save those guys, and then just continually doubling down on its ego and making it worse, especially because like when people went and found all these clips of him saying things like, oh well, mages are great at saving people and like making sure the whole party gets out and stuff like that. And then he was a mage that didn't even care to spend a second looking after the other party. He just roached out as fast as possible. I would have, if I were in that group, I would have made things so much worse by like immediately making jokes about it when he was already mad, you know? My pride is I know the shit I know. Most of the things I know are weirdly specific though. I kind of have that a little bit, but it's part of the reason for me is because I've always like obsessively studied and read. I do the opposite of what most people, especially these days, do. Most people, when they're researching, they try to prove themselves right. I try to prove myself wrong because that's what a true scientist does. At least that's my opinion of that's what a true scientist does. And it's really, really, really easy to prove something right. It doesn't take a lot of effort, and even there's just so many situations where because of inherent bias or just the way the world works sometimes, it's really easy to prove something right. But if you spend your entire life trying to prove something wrong and over and over and over again, you can't prove it wrong, then it's probably true, you know? So most of these things that I get into disagreements with people about, it's like, no, I don't think you understand. I have managed to prove your point of view wrong like 40 times, but I've never been able to prove mine wrong. So I know for a lot of people I come across as a know-it-all, but I'm actually the opposite. Because the thing about know-it-alls is they love to be right. I hate being right. Because most of the time, I'm not right. I'm right about things I don't want to be right about. And whether you love him or hate him, Donald Trump is our president. And I was absolutely sure. I gave it a 75% chance, or a 70% chance, I think was what I said specifically, that he was going to win this election. Meanwhile, all of the polls, well, not all the polls, definitely the liberal-leaning polls, they were predicting a clear Harris victory. I was like, no, there's no chance. There's not even a chance. And I knew he was going to win. Not only did he win, it was like the biggest landslide blowout election a Republican has had maybe ever. Like, the numbers are insane. Republicans never get votes like that. So, and yet these people that are so-called political experts, that all they do is they have these channels where they talk about politics, and they're held up as like these paragons of virtue that know what they're talking about. They were all wrong. And they do all this math, and I just looked at the situation and I was like, yeah, Trump's gonna win. And you know what most of these people say? I heard someone say, well, I need to go back and examine my equations. No, dude. You need to examine your fucking brain. To borrow a Hobson line, you don't even deserve a brain. Give me it. It's just like, how can, I've never understood how, and it all boils down to ego in the end, is what I've figured out. I guess I understand it now. But it blows my mind how you can have these people that have like these 140, 150 IQs and they just can't figure out the most basic common sense things. And it's because they think they're so much smarter than everyone else. But they're not. They think they know how the world works, but they've lived in ivory towers for their entire lives, so they've never actually experienced the world, so they have no idea how it works at all. It's just absolutely fucking insane. All right. Plus, I mostly do shit to piss people off. Sometimes I initiate arguments where I know I'm wrong with the people I don't like just to see them rile the fuck back up. I mean, that's definitely something I don't really do, but I will do the opposite of that sometimes. If I know I'm right, I will get someone going and let them embarrass themselves. Which I don't really do that anymore, but I used to do a lot of it. I think I actually need to do more of it than I actually do now. Because it's getting really hard to have any type of constructive conversation with people because they're just so damn self-assured. And I think really the only way to actually start turning the world around, if we even have any hope of doing that at all, is to start putting people in their place and making sure they realize just how short-sighted and selfish they're being. I really don't want to do that, but I don't really know how else to dethrone these people that spread misinformation and disinformation for profit without making them look foolish, you know? I gotta take a page out of Socrates' book and go and start having conversations with these supposed wise men and make them trip over their own words to demonstrate that they're not wise. That's the wrong button. I need to go to Stormhaven. Wayrest. Randomly attacked reminds me of a private WoW server that I used to play on some 15 years ago, where a super specific combination of my class familiar would be able to attack other players in non-PvP areas and they couldn't fight back. That was funny as fuck. Yeah. I'm sure that's absolutely kind of trolly, but I'd probably do something like that too. It probably wasn't too bad, right? Because what's your familiar really gonna do to most players by itself, right? It's probably just annoying and kind of scary and frustrating. We're looking for unstable unicorns. That's what most of these streamers are. Unstable unicorns. Who just lose their shit if the most minor thing doesn't go their way. That's why all that OnlyFans content is so funny. People just freak out about the most insane things. And it's like, why does that even matter to you? I get why some of it matters, you know. There are things that would annoy me. Like, one thing that happened recently that would absolutely piss me off is the Jokered loot situation. So one of the reasons why Elder Scrolls Online is so much better than WoW is that you don't need to roll for loot. It's still RNG and it drops, but each person has their own individual loot drops. And the cool thing is, you can trade that drop with anyone else who was in the dungeon with you for a limited period of time. I think it's like 3 hours. Anyone that was in that dungeon group can be traded the piece of loot. But there's a new rule under Tyler 1, which he hates just how like scummy and rat-like the vast majority of WoW players are. And the primary thing that he's worried about right now is the fact that everyone needs on everything, whether they actually need it or not. So he made a rule that before you need on something, you're supposed to have a conversation with the group you're farming with or doing the dungeon or raid with and ask them, yo, does anyone actually need this? Do you have a class that you can use this on? And this mace, I believe, dropped in a dungeon, and it's a weapon that is really, really good for shamans, but apparently can also be used for priests, but priests don't really use it because they don't get into melee range anyways. And Jokered, who was the shaman in the group, said, hey, I need this. Is it alright if I roll need? I could use this. I would absolutely use it. And immediately, other people in his group who couldn't even use it started slamming need. And ironically, someone who's not in the guild got it, which was a whole other drama thing. But then, the most ironic thing of all was another item that was an epic dropped later in the raid, which is insane RNG, by the way. And because of that, he was mad, but also because there were randoms they all needed again, and the random got the piece of equipment again. I have to admit, is if I was in Jokered's situation and I was trying to follow a rule that the guild leader set forth and nobody else followed the rule and I got screwed over because the rest of the people that are in my guild who are supposed to be like basically on my team, right? The rest of the people in my guild fucked me over for their own personal gain because I followed a rule and they didn't. That would get me mad. But like most of the rest of the OnlyFans drama that I see is just plain straight up ridiculous bullshit drama, and it makes me giggle to see like these 30 to 25 to like 30 like 40-year-old men acting like damn toddlers over a video game. It's hilarious. That's exactly what it was. They'd just be shopping in a merchant somewhere and suddenly a tiger is scratching at them. Yeah, it's like, especially if you're like fully geared, have any types of buffs on or anything, that's probably not going to do anything except maybe knock you out of the vendor window, if it even does that, if combat cancels that. But it would be kind of funny to just be there and all of a sudden like, what the heck, what is this, why can't I do anything against it? Actually, I think it was class race. I think the familiar didn't matter much. Fair enough. Yeah, it's just funny that you found that little exploit. One of the reasons, I don't know if it still works, but I don't know, I think they nerfed it because it was too strong. They didn't have it here, did they? So we need to go to Grotwood. Again, we've had to go to Grotwood so many times. Here, let me see. It's way easier to get to enemies to fight out here than it is at Grotwood. They're just down this hill somewhere. Oh, I'm going to take that ore, actually. That's a good ore. But, so if you notice, here we go. Here's someone. When I take damage, I summon that, little Clan Fear, it's called. It's a little Daedric dinosaur, basically. And I don't know if it does it anymore, but that thing used to be really frustrating in PvP. And that's one of the reasons why it's on this build, is because people could target the Clan Fear instead of me. And whenever I take damage, it gets summoned. So, it was kind of just a little troll thing. My PvP healer, she's a sorcerer. We can swap over to her real quick. Why not? And half the reason why she's a sorcerer is, well, there's two reasons. Well, of course, which makes sense because I said half. Half the reason why I chose to make my PvP healer a sorcerer is because sorcerers have Daedric summons. Like, my tank will actually summon a legitimate version of that Clan Fear. We'll show you the tank first. This is my werewolf tank. He's not PvP built, but he's kind of good at certain PvP modes. There's a mode called Chaos Ball, which is like kill the carrier. You pick up a ball, and the longer you hold it, the more points your team gets, but it also scales up at damage that it does to you over time. So you can't hold it for too long. So it's really good to use a tank on that character for that game mode. But he can summon one of those Clan Fears. It actually helps him tank. It gives him heals and stuff like that. So, but if we go look at my PvP healer, there's two reasons so if you look at my things, this is my quester. She's the one I do all my quests on. I originally used to quest on, this was my first character I ever made, but she's a tank. And eventually I realized, especially if the quest has like a decent boss, questing on a tank takes forever because they just do so little damage. So this is also my primary DPS character, and she's my main quester. These 6 are all tanks. These are my healers. This was my first healer. Oh, those are my healers. I have 4 healers, 4 primary healers, and then these are my DPS characters. But this one isn't very good. I've never really been able to make him work, but he's also more of an RP character than anything else. He's a vampire lord, basically. And this is the one I want to make like my actual endgame DPS character. I just haven't really worked on that in a while. She needs proper gear. But for now, she's a better DPS for most endgame content. But then below that, these bottom 5 here are my PvP characters. This is my strongest PvP character. He's really good at just solo deleting people. But this is my PvP healer. We have my Captain America. He's my PvP tank. This is a dual wield PvP character that I haven't really focused on. And so I have 4 PvP characters. This is my newest character. It's the new class. I haven't really played it yet. It's still in training armor and everything. And then here at the bottom, we have my crafter. He's a healer, but it's mostly all I really do on him is craft. Although he can heal pretty well. He can probably do some endgame healing content, but not as good as like my main healers can. So we have my PvP healer here. And she summons a Daedric summon, but it's different than the Clan Fear we summoned. I had to look at my mouse because I don't really remember what the keybinds are anymore. There it is. This is the matriarch. It's really good in that when I cast it, it will give a really big burst heal to 2 different people at the same time. But it's also really good to use in PvP because not only does she auto attack and deal a little bit of damage, but I can hide behind her and have other players target her instead of me. So it's really cool to have her around. And I think, wait, what's her gear set? Oh, this is actually, this is kind of broken. So whenever you, do I have the damage shield ability on? Is that what this is? Yeah, okay. So whenever I apply a damage shield to myself, I can launch meteors. So, launch mortars. There's a 50% chance. It's not really super good, but it kind of makes this character frustrating because basically what I'll do is I'll damage shield and heal myself, and I've got a blink. Well, I can blink like pirate software to leave my group behind and let them die. But I said I wasn't gonna farm him. But the other reason, besides the pretty good survivability that I get for this healer on a PvP character, is that Sorks are really good at deleting low life characters. So even though she's spec'd more for healing than DPS, she's got this ability here, Endless Fury. There's different morphs of it. This is, I don't remember why I chose. Oh, I chose this one because it's got the sustain. And I more care about sustain, keeping my magicka, keeping my resources up, so I can keep healing people. But if an enemy falls to or below 20% health within 4 seconds of being struck, an explosion deals an additional 10k shock damage to them and 2k shock damage to other enemies nearby. So it's really good to help my team DPS. The only DPS ability she has is Crystal Fragments, which is pretty good. It's a solid damage dealing ability, especially because every so often you get an instant cast one that deals a bunch more damage. So when I don't need to heal, I can help the team DPS. But the real reason I like using this character is because while I'm healing my team, if I see someone get low at or near that 20% execute area, I can just start spamming Endless Fury on them and pick up free kills. It's really fun. From having a ranged execute like that is really nice. A lot of the other executes in the game you need to be in melee range for. But she's a kind of frustrating character to go in. This character is also a sorcerer, and she can summon that healing matriarch. She has that same ability, but she's not set up for PvP at all. In PvP, you need a lot more crit resistance and stuff like that. So she does way more damage than my healer, but she will get utterly deleted. She has like no survivability. I can pick up a lot of kills on this character, but she doesn't really have the penetration setup that you need for PvP and doesn't have the resistances that you need for PvP. So it's hit or miss. If I'm going against other PvE characters, I'll clean up pretty well. But if there's like serious PvPers in the lobby, I just get deleted over and over again on this character. This is my best PvP character. His self-sustain and his ability, he's got a bow on his back bar that he can use to switch to, but really he's best when you just get up there in their face with the two-hander. His damage shields, his heals, and his ability to just kind of, he has poison damage that he'll inflict on people, which reduces their resistances as well as does the damage over time. Or does he do fire? I think he does the fire version of it. Well, let's see. There's different morphs. I gotta check it. Well, this has been a blast, but I believe we're in the same time zone, so I'm sure 1:45 a.m. won't come as a surprise. Yeah, absolutely. Take care, my dude. Great seeing you. Fun hanging around. Have a good night. Enjoy stream. Always, bro. Thank you so much for hanging out, my dude. So, yeah, let's look at this. He has the... Which one is it? Okay, yeah, he does have the poison version. The venomous claw. And he has noxious breath. So, basically, if you look at it, this one, I put 2 dots on people. This one... causes the poison, and it deals damage, and it's damage that ranks up over time. Then you have this one, which deals poison damage, and it reduces their spell and physical resistance. So I kind of need a target to use the other one, but basically what I would do is run up. So we keep our equipment, our defensive stuff up at all times, right? So first we have this, which makes our weapons deal more damage. I don't think it adds burning to them. Yeah. It doesn't add burning, but it increases weapon and spell damage by 20%. So that's huge. So we want max uptime on that. Then we also have this, which it gives us a damage shield, but it's not a very big damage shield, and it doesn't last the whole time. The main thing we want is the major resolve, which increases our physical and spell resistance, and also it deals damage back to other people that deal damage to us. So we pop this, pop this. This vigor is a heal over time that also heals anyone on our team that gets within that area, right? So with those 3 alone, it's really hard to kill this guy. Then the other 2 things we have are this, which is my primary damage shield that I pop for tanking. Now you can see it's a little bit smaller of a shield when you look at the portion of my health that it does, but one, it's easier to pop because it sits on my front bar with my main melee weapon here. But the other thing are the abilities that it gives us. So this damage shield also gives allies nearby a damage shield as well. So it helps not only myself tank, but also them tank. And it gives major mending, which increases my healing done. And then the other thing we do to tank here is this green dragon blood, which heals for a percentage of my missing health, which is huge. And then it adds a small heal over time. It also increases the amount of healing I receive, and increases... Wait, did they change it a little bit? Major fortitude, minor vitality. Increases health and stamina recovery, and yeah, no, it does healing received. Yep, healing received and damage shield strength. So we're just stacking all these buffs on top of each other, and it makes this guy really hard to kill. And then as far as damage goes, we have this chain here, and I think we have the chase version. Yeah, so there's 2 versions of this chain. One will pull them to you, the other one will pull you to them. We have the one that pulls me to them. It also grants major exposition and major berserk, which increase movement speed and damage done. So I can use this to, if they're in range, which is not nearly as far as my bow. The bow hits out to 35 meters. The chain hits out to 22. But if they're in range and they're not like a massive group of people, if there's someone by themselves or there's someone low that's within execute range, I can chain myself on top of them, get a speed bonus and get a damage bonus to really mess them up. But if I have to hold distance, I can stay back here and I can spawn poison arrows on people that also reduce the amount of healing they receive. However, if we're up close, what we do is we breathe the breath on them, which is going to negatively affect their armor, give them an armor debuff. We're going to then use this venomous claw as our main damage spam. But once they get low enough, we have this execute, which if they're below 50% health, it deals 400% more damage. So this thing will absolutely delete people. It's kind of insane. I kind of want to play a match now. Although I'm so rusty, it would be terrible. Do I have... Why do I have all this stuff? Okay, I've got some space. Do I have any food, though? I have a Witch Mother's Potent Brew. Is that what I want on this? Yeah, it's not bad, actually. So, even though he's a stamina-based character, Dragon Knights use a lot of Magicka abilities. Like, all these are Magicka abilities. My, damage shield is Magicka. My heal is Magicka. So, I generally end up using Magicka regen stuff. Because I have twice the stamina pool. And I get stamina by heavy attacking with my weapons. Unlike other games, heavy attacking in this game will give you your resources back instead of taking them. So let's do 1. If I can remember what the button is. There it is. Oh, that's right. They kind of changed Battlegrounds, didn't they? It's not the old 3. It's not the old it used to be like a 3-team battleground. But it's not that anymore. Do I still have his... I don't have a shield and sword on him anymore. Although, I generally end up... I should probably give him a shield and sword. So, oops. Cool. Gotta love that lag. I should probably give him a shield and sword. So if I ever do accidentally... If I do queue for a dungeon, he has it. I thought I had one. But I guess I don't. Oh. Is that there? Cold Harbor's favorite? No, we're using Oh, we're using Tormentor? I guess I don't need it then, because I can taunt using that. Is Tormentor really a good set for PvP though? And the other one's Ancient Dragon Guard? Okay. Yeah, Ancient Dragon Guard's decent for PvP. Do we have... Then what's this? Oh, yeah. Dude, I love this set for PvP, actually. The stun. So many people aren't prepared for the stun from this earthquake. 'Cause not a lot of people use Celestrix. There are better sets, but I like coming up... I don't do meta. I come up with my own builds. How long is this queue gonna take? I can't deposit stuff into my bank because I don't have Elder Scrolls. I know it's out of date. I can't update my add-ons because Minion isn't working. And as much as I've tried, I haven't been able to get it working. What was I gonna say though? I don't even remember what I was gonna say. I just totally blanked. The whole thing telling me to update my add-ons messed up my brain. Oh, I can't use my bank because I don't have Elder Scrolls Online Plus, which is the subscription. But I've kind of been using my guild bank since I have my own guild and it's not really active anymore to function as a secondary bank. I was kind of hoping that we would queue into one by the time I did this, but I guess not. We can definitely go buy him mount upgrades because he's still a relatively new character, so there's no way his mount is max yet. It might not even be max speed yet. I don't think it is. It didn't feel, yeah, nowhere even near max speed. We played this character 13 days. You know how I know? Because, or we've logged into him 13 days because that's how many times we've upgraded his riding speed. Alright. So then we gotta sell the stuff that we got that isn't really useful or has that modifier. There's two modifiers items can have. One gives you more crafting inspiration and crafting returns. The other gives you extra gold if you sell it to a vendor. There's the other one, the extra crafting stuff. Intricate. Increased inspiration gained from deconstruction of this item by 280% and gain additional refined material. So we're gonna bank all that stuff. Oh, we need to do guild bank though, because my bank is full. The guild bank's almost full too. Well, not almost full, but at some point I'm going to... Oh. Can I only deposit certain things in the guild bank? That makes sense. That's why I have so much random stuff on it. I can't deposit... Hey kitty. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I was like, why didn't it deposit? I was accidentally trying to switch banks. We'll sell all that stuff on the crafter if we don't need it. This is the main stuff we came to the guild bank for. And the annoying thing about the guild bank is that these things don't stack in the guild bank. I really wish they would change that. But if we go and look at the guild bank, you can see how there's 2 things of Adamite. So we're gonna do this all later on the crafter, but the way to fix this, you take everything that there's multiple stacks of, and then you go back and combine them, and then deposit them. But we have 500 bank space. We're nowhere near that yet, so we don't really need to worry about that. I wonder what kind of currencies I have. Oh, we can only do gold, I think, in the bank, or maybe just the guild bank. There are lots of currencies in the game, but I don't remember how to see all of them right now. Here it is. There's a currency tab. A lot of these are specific to PvP. Like Telvar stones are currency. I have that many undaunted keys? Okay. Alliance points are PvP currency. I think Imperial fragments are PvP currency too. This is taking forever. It's taking so long. I guess PvP is dead in this game. They kind of killed it with the well, there's two other places to do PvP. So there's two zones that are PvP zones. One is Cyrodiil, the other is Imperial City. I don't think you can actually just teleport there. Okay, maybe you can go to Cyrodiil. So this is a big old map the different factions fight over. No, you can't just teleport there, but you can go to the dungeon. You have to queue into Cyrodiil. And then the other is Imperial City, which this is more like small control zones where you take over a little outpost. And then there's also sewers below it. The sewers are my favorite part of Imperial City. Probably my favorite PvP zone in the area. Whereas Cyrodiil itself is just a massive open area. I don't even remember how to get into... There we go. Alliance War, I think, is how you get into Cyrodiil. Yeah. You have to choose a server. Or you can go Imperial City. Unassigned me. I don't know. But anyways, yeah. So I don't think it's really worth. Let's heal that guy up. So you can see how that applies a heal over time to people. And if we do the other thing, we're gonna grant people. So you saw it a little bit before his thing went away, but you can still see the effect. People near me, they all get that damage shield. So I can't really show you guys PvP because the queue has been over 10 minutes and we haven't found a battleground. Do people play 8v8? Oh, there it is. Literally right as I cancel it, it puts me in. Guys, I'm probably going to be really bad at this. Just warning you. I have not done PvP in this game in 3 years. So, wish me luck. And plus, they changed it. It used to be 3 teams would fight for dominance. Now it's just 2 teams. It was better when it was 3 teams. It made it so unique. I don't know why they got rid of the uniqueness. Everyone's just trying to make everything... Oh my god. My team is stacked. They're looking at this guy. They're like, look at this fucking noob with only 1k CP. Who is this kid? Hopefully... I shouldn't be playing this on my main PvP character because I think different characters get put into different lobbies. I'm playing really safe right now. Damn it. That guy was not playing safe. We're down someone. We're taking this point. Cool. I was forgetting to use heavy attacks. I need to use heavy attacks to keep my resources up. So I'm actually killing his matriarch on purpose, even though I said, actually I did not kill that matriarch on purpose. Oh god, I got 2 on me. Can I get this kill? No, he got away! His teammate saved him. It didn't give me the kill. The guy died, but I don't know what he died to. Alright. Oh, we got one that's being like a little troll back there. We're orange? Okay. They're not going for the other point, which is good for us. We're just fighting on this point. I'll take it. And give that guy a damage shield. Let him survive while he's stunned. I am low on resources. I got a heavy attack a couple times. You can also pot to help with resources. I don't think he's close enough to heal. I need to get resources up a bit. My whole team is dead. I'm not going to go up there, fight the team by myself. Maybe I can lure someone in. Oh, or I can die. Or we can kill him. That works too. I did lure him in. I just didn't do a very good job of it. I thought I was going to die for a sec. So, killing their matriarch is good, even though they're not taking the damage, because then, one, they can't heal, and two, that's reducing the amount of damage that they're dealing, and three, that's one less thing to eat damage from you. Gotta do some heavies to get my resources back up. What, long range stun? I don't even know what he hit me with that stunned me. I was on the wrong bar. There we go. I think... I don't know what I have. Oh, that's right. I have the magic. We're not going to take this point. Yeah. We had one guy that got... He got 2 assists, though. He tried. I mean, I had the lowest points on my team, but that's because I spent the least amount of time in the zone. I did a fair number of heals. Alright, look at that healing. 90k healing. 161k damage. I only had one death. I guess I didn't get 2 assists, but I did get that kill. I could have had 2 kills. I don't know why it didn't say. It should have said 2 kills because the one kill, 1 assist, because the one guy that I dealt a fuck ton of damage to died right after that. Honestly, that was really close. Considering that was my first PvP match in like 3 years and maybe 2 years, and they changed the whole way PvP works, and I didn't know the map at all, which is why I was playing so careful, although it was a pretty simple map. I figured it out pretty quickly. I'm content with how I did, to say the least. Let's go back and keep working on the crafter, though. That was fun. I enjoyed it. Solo queue is still the old way? Oh yeah, that was definitely solo queue. It's just, it takes 10 minutes now, bro. I feel like they definitely killed PvP, or at least Battlegrounds, by switching it to 2 teams instead of 3. If solo queue takes 10 minutes, like what the hell? I'm happy I got 1 kill though. I'm gonna say I got 2 kills, because that one guy, he got away, but he immediately died after his teammate killed me. So I got 2 kills. Their team just had too much heals, and our team wasn't doing enough damage. I probably need to change gear sets on that character, but we're not worried about that right now. Right now, we're just trying to get Master Crafter. No one plays BG, they aren't worth it? No, not anymore. BGs used to be so fun when it was 3 players, but 3 teams. But now there's just like no point to doing it. You'd have to go to Cyrodiil or Imperial City for fun stuff. Solo, I'd probably clap some cheeks on that character. Like do some solo Imperial City sewers. I just need to not run into like a Zerg group and he'd be alright. Because all I gotta do is get someone below 50% health and then I just die with the 2-handed execute. Which is pretty easy because he's got 2 poison abilities. 3 poison abilities if you count the bow. But if I do miss PvP in this game. It's one of my favorite. This game in general has like pretty much all of my favorites. Guys, if you haven't done so, please go follow my buddy Medicated Outrage, one of the absolute OGs of the channel. He started showing up back when I had the original. Oh my god, look at this fight. I heard that Arcanist is kind of broken, especially in PvP. I have an Arcanist, but it's still level 7. I don't think I can heal them during this. No, they don't pick up the heals. That would be funny if they did, if I just healed both of them with the path. But yeah, Medi's one of the OG of the streams. He started following back when I had the original white bathrobe. These guys are going hard. Uh-oh. Oh, he's alright now. He's not doing any damage to the other guy. He's gonna run out of resources, probably. Oh, that's brutal. He lined of sighted with the tree. That's hilarious. I'm loving this fight. So I gotta pay attention to what this guy is. Oh, Sork versus Templar. Okay. That's the first time he dealt any damage to this guy. I'm kind of disappointed by how slow he's healing for a Templar. Oh, it might be over. Okay, okay. Oh, dude, he went for it. So that lightning strike, that's the thing where if he goes below 20 health, it starts the execute. And if you hit him with a couple of those, it's actually over. 20% health, not 20 health. Oh, he's almost back up to full, though. Wait, there's 3 of them? Did she... I thought she joined... I thought she actually joined the fight for a sec. I was like, how's that possible? Oh, it's getting low. Oh. The Templar's doing some damage now. But... the Sork popped an energy shield. He's probably going to be safe. Yeah. Dude, this is one of the most epic fights I've ever seen. Normally, when you see a stalemate, it's generally neither person can deal enough damage to the other at all. But both of these guys have gotten close enough to make the other guy sweat. So the Sork, his way to kill is to get them down to 20% and then just use the executes. The way the Templar kills is they both are out of resources. That's why they're stopping. The way the Templar kills is by getting them kind of low and then knocking them. I don't think the Templar has an execute, but he might have a weapon execute. But even if he doesn't have a weapon execute, he can still kill them by knocking them to the ground with the spear once they're low and just finishing them off. It's a fist fight? Yeah. Yeah, it's the funniest thing about it. So even if he does have a weapon execute, it wouldn't matter. See, there's the stun I was talking about that the Templar has. Oh, why isn't the Sork? Because Blink's kind of expensive, that's probably why. But the Sork can stun with that Blink. But it's a very... especially using multiple ones. So he blinked twice. The first Blink is not super expensive, but using multiple Blinks in a row gets really expensive really fast. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Templar's low. He's stopping to cast self-heals. He's got... oh, okay, he's healing back up. He's got those Templar heals. Templar have executed can cast Jesus Beam. Oh, Jesus Beam has execute. I've never really used that ability. But I don't have a DPS Templar. My Templars are a tank and a healer. Oh, there it is. The Jesus Beam. He was going for it. Oh, he's getting low. Okay. Does Sork heal it up? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, did the Sork switch to a wand? I swear I just saw him wand attack him. Or is that a... okay, no, I guess that's a Sork ability that I haven't used. You can just throw a lightning ball at someone. Did they rework Sork? It's got to be about time for the ult again, right? No, they both have wands. That guy pulled out a wand too. It's a new made ability? Okay. I'll have to look at how they changed the classes. That guy did pull... the Templar did pull out a wand for a second on his... I guess it may be on his back bar. And Unless that's an ability he had. That's not what I'm talking about. I watched him pull out a wand for a sec. Uh-oh. He stunned him. Dude, get away from the Chaos Orb. Jesus beam, he's going for it. Oh, he got him! We're gonna give him a clap. Alright. That was entertaining. I'm pretty entertained. What was I looking for? I needed to find a... I need to find an outfit. What? What's here? Arx Cornium? Why do I have a new Arx Cornium thing? I don't even see it. Oh, there we go. We got an amulet. Necklace of Medusa for some reason. Whatever. We are trying to find the outfit styles to get Master Crafter. We were looking at Steadfast because it's pretty cheap. So we have all the armor. We were going on weapon styles. We have the sword. We were looking for Steadfast daggers. We should probably do a new search because I'm guessing half the stuff was bought out by now. It looks like the cheapest, most recent seen one was Shornhelm in Rivenshire. Rivenspire? Rivenshire. Been streaming too long. Probably not even that long at this point. But yeah, so let's go get that. How you been lately, Medi? How's things going? Have you played this game much lately? I know you kind of stepped away from it entirely for a while. But clearly you know more about... Oh, I don't have Rivenspire. So we're not going there. Hey, look. Wayrest. Elder Scrolls Exchange. We're already here. Let's go back to... We're looking for Elder Scrolls Exchange. And there it is. Do you have my dagger? Yes, you... Oh, it's 5K though? Really? Is there a cheaper one? Blackwood. There's a cheap one in... Half the price in Blackwood. Oh, wait. Yeah. 1/3 the price in Blackwood. Let's go to Blackwood. Which Blackwood? Leowind. I still play it every day? Word. What do you do mostly these days? Trials or what? I have no idea. I haven't played this game in like 2 years. Although you probably heard me say that 3 times already. So here we're looking for the Redford dealers. Right there they are. Oops. Not trying to steal from you. I'm trying to buy from you. They got it. Well, they don't have the one I was looking for. Oh, wait, no. Naphtala's Horde has it for less. Where's Naphtala's Horde? There it is. Got it. And we're gonna scan so that it removes that one that we just bought from the database. I lead achievement runs through trials that people pay my guild with for in-game gold. Nice. I definitely want to get back to doing trials at some point. I never did vet trials, but I was pretty consistently running normals. I just didn't want to go... I was never really part of a major guild besides the UESP guild. And that's not really like an endgame guild. That's more of just like a collection of old gamers guild. I'm still in the UESP guild because they don't kick, and I don't think they even accept new people anymore. But I do want to get into doing serious trials at some point. But before that, I probably want to do vet dungeons again. Just get my feel back for that semi end game play, you know, where it's like more high stakes. Although that would all be if I ever get my ESO Plus back, because it's kind of hard to run that type of content without bank space. You just get so much stuff in drops, and I don't let most of it go. I'll put it in my bank for my crafter to... I guess I can just keep using my guild bank. Although, that's right. You can't put most of those items in the guild bank. You have to... You can only trade them between your characters. So they can't go in the guild bank. I'll just have to clear out my bank and move the things that I can into the guild bank until I can get ESO Plus again. I don't know if they still do, but UESP used to offer ESO Plus for active wiki editors, which is something I intend to look into, but I don't really have time to do that right now, because I'm just uploading the massive backlog of content. Once I finish uploading the 70 videos that are on my hard drive, 71 after this stream, then I'll look into doing other things. But that all I do right now is I wake up, edit videos that I started uploading the previous night, maybe upload 1 or 2 more videos depending on how long I think it will be until I go live, stream all day long, and then set 2 videos to upload before I go to sleep. And then wake up, rinse and repeat. That's my entire life right now. Damn, this is a big guild. 40 pages at least of sales. Okay, there we go. We hit the end. What do we need next? Shields, I think. I don't know if it's shields for sure. We're gonna wait till we are absolutely sure. Oh, that's right. We have the rewards for our attempt at PvP. Blunted Blades. This is a new set. I don't remember this. Adds armor, adds stam, adds weapon and spell damage. When you take direct damage, minor enervation is applied to your enemy for 4 seconds, reducing their critical damage done by 10%. This can occur once every 5 seconds. Increase your damage done to enemies with minor enervation by 6%. Okay, so that's definitely a PvP set. So it'll be fun to deconstruct that and be able to rebuild that whenever we want. Alright. So we got the dagger, yeah. Next is shield, bow, staff. And where are we going to find these steadfast society shields? The most recent cheap one, also Blackwood Leowin. Ankle biters, we're right there. Hello, ankle biters. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, man. I'm just trying to get this done. It's been, when you count the amount of time I was playing it too, 3 years I've been working on this achievement. Just, I've got everything done but learning all these fucking styles. The worst part of the... This is the worst grind I've ever done in this game. Okay, we got the shield. Now let's go for the bow. So, because all these things end with S, I've just been deleting the word like shield and then typing the next word like bow. And I did that and I typed the B first and then I stopped and I looked at it and it just said BS. That's exactly what this achievement is. It's BS. Let's see. We have a 26 minutes ago Rivenspire. I can't go there because I don't have a teleport. 4 hours ago, 53 Auradon. We can go to Auradon. 53 minutes ago. Where is it in Auradon? First hold. I used to Sherpa people through vet dungeons as a tank. That was fun and frustrating at the same time.
Anything I can do for you?
I'm mostly healed in trials though. For whatever reason, trials are always missing healers, at least in my experience. Everyone wants to DPS, and they already have good tanks usually. So they just always need healers. And to be honest, that's fine with me, because I feel like healing in trials is usually one of the easiest things to do in the trial, especially the lower level trials. So we need staves now, and then one more book for the books. This whole thing has made me kind of want to buy whatchamacallit. I'm going the wrong way. This whole thing has made me kind of want to buy pages and assemble books and sell them. But I don't know what the turnover rate is for those. It probably depends on how much I price, but does anyone actually look for the whole books? Or do they just do what I do, expecting the books to be way too expensive? We're going to Stormhaven Wayrest. Not anymore. Way more healers and tanks than anything, since you actually really don't have to do much and fight for damage race. Ah. So, most people need DPS now? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying I'm going to need to learn how to light attack weave? I can kind of do it, but I sort of cheat. I have a double click button on my mouse. What am I looking for? Unstable unicorns again. I have a double click button on my mouse, and I use that to help me light attack weave. It makes it so much easier for some reason. They don't have it though. They lied. Oh, that was 5 hours ago. Why'd I come here? Whatever. I'll scan to update it. Is there a more recent one? I don't think I can go there. I don't have that DLC. Most recent one on this page is Stone Falls, Ebonheart. That's fine. I love Stone Falls. It's one of my favorite areas. That's crazy that they don't have people playing DPS anymore. Because I feel like in almost every single MMO or any game ever, it's always everyone just wants to play DPS. Is it that people just aren't good enough to do the DPS checks? Or they don't have... It's probably expensive to get endgame DPS builds too, because you need to gold your weapons at least, and probably your whole set, which is not cheap. I have an empty character slot, so if I can't make as much DPS on the Stam Necro as I'd like, I could always create another character to be an endgame DPS on a different class. Maybe Arcanist, because I heard Arcanist is just broken as hell in all classes. I find it so ironic that they struggle to find DPS. Is Craglorn still the place everyone goes to do the LFGs for trials? I should look next time I'm in local chat there, because a lot of stuff gets sold in Craglorn, so I've run there a couple times, well, ported there a couple times looking for things. Is there a... What's the event coming up? Someone said there's an event in local that starts Thursday or something, but I wasn't paying attention to what it was. Oh yeah, I did say I was going to talk about the TikTok thing more, but I don't know if the people who I said I was going to talk to about it are still here. Anyways, we're going to talk about it. We talked about it once before, so it's going to be a rehash of this thing as we said before. But basically, so TikTok is technically still banned, but both Biden and Trump have said they're not going to enforce the law that bans it. So, while that does mean it's back for now, it still means it can go away whenever they decide they want it to, in like overnight. So my advice to anyone creating content on TikTok is to also, I mean, it's just going to scan the same one again. It's to also create content on other places as well. Stone Falls we were going to. Upload it everywhere. Too many people put all their eggs in one basket. I saw a lot of people crying over the fact that they weren't going to be able to like make ends meet because the TikTok store was their primary source of income. And that's kind of ridiculous to me. I can't imagine that being your primary source of income. Like even, what am I looking for? Royal Bank of Tamriel. There it is. We walked right past it. Even with all the stuff I do on here, we're trying to diversify as much as possible. Oh, I should probably select it from my mail first. Alright. This will be the last. We now know the entire Steadfast Society. Apparently that one had an achievement attached to it. I didn't really care about the achievement. I just cared that it was one of the cheapest ones on the market. What are we at now? 43? $43. We're getting close. Alright. So let's see what the next one we're gonna go for is. You. Get rid of you. Let's look at heads. I guess Stormlord is the next. It's probably not available. I think you need to get that from doing PvP. Yeah, you can't get that one. Soul Zahn. Souls on legs are a little expensive, but not too much. We'll save those just in case we can't find something cheaper. Sunspire. Sunspire legs are about the same price. So we'll save those too. Serbanic Marine hat. The legs are about half. They're pretty cheap. Right now, this is the next one we're going for, but I do want to see if I can find something that's like 1K again. This straights. I'm not spelling that right. Or we can't. Oh, I'm not spelling it right. Sistrez Guardian hat. The legs are about 5K like the first two were. Telvanni. It's kind of insane I don't have that crafting style yet because okay, what's it actually called though? Can we not get that? It doesn't show up. Oh, maybe it does. I just haven't yeah, there are a lot of Telvanni things that begin with L apparently. Alright. Yeah, that's kind of expensive, so maybe a bit of a rare drop. That's why we don't have it. The Recollection hat. The Recollection legs. Damn, those are kind of expensive. 150K is the cheapest price for the Recollection. Thieves Guild. The legs are... They're more on the expensive end, like 10K. We've got a whole list of things that are cheaper than that already. Thorn Legion. Thorn Legion legs are About 20k. Too expensive. True Sworn. Legs. Also too expensive. Those are almost 30k. About Waking Flame. The Waking Flame legs are 10k. Too expensive. Wayward Guardian. The legs for the Wayward Guardian are... Oh man, I've been forgetting to uncheck the box. I have like a dozen tabs now. 27k. Too expensive. So we can get rid of all the too expensive ones. Okay. The Velknar. I thought I... Oh no, this one is gonna be real expensive, isn't it? You have to get this one a special way. I have part of it from running trials. Yeah, you need the Velknar bindings to get this, maybe. But let's see. Looks like you can also just get the motifs. Let's see. Velknar legs. Actually, not that bad. 5k. We'll keep those for now as a potential. West Weald. Westweald Legion legs. Too expensive. 40k. The Zivkin. That's an old one. But it could be a rare drop, or maybe people don't... Did I spell that right? Can we even buy that? Oh, no, I didn't. There's a Y in there. Yeah, it's coming in at 10k, which isn't bad, but it's more expensive than we want to spend on this. Yifri's Will. The legs. The reason we check the legs is because being a main piece, that piece doesn't really fluctuate all that much, and it's kind of mid-range. Plus, it's the first one that usually shows up in the drop down anyways, so it saves us time. Ooh, 80k. That's expensive. Clan Dream Carver. I bet that'll be expensive. The legs are not that bad actually. 5.7k. We probably have cheaper ones, so we're not going to worry about that. Dreadkeeper hat. Learn from the Dreadkeeper crafting style. This is the last one. Why is it really Deadkeeper? But still, why is it a D and being last? I thought this was all in order. These last two aren't in order for some reason. Deadkeeper legs, 10k, too expensive. Alright. So, I think the next cheapest we had was the Cirabonic Marine. I'm pretty sure. We'll go through everything and just make sure. Looks like everything else we have set aside here is about 5k. There's a 4k. Oh, there's a 2K. Sea Giant. Sea Giant's pretty cheap. Sapiarch's kind of cheap too. Oops. $4K Palatine 7.5K. That's too high. 3.5K. That's not bad. We can get stuff cheaper than 6.5 for sure. 4K. Why is this here? 25K? This one shouldn't even be here. That must have been an accident. A lot of 5Ks. Most of these go for 5K, it seems. So there's a 3.2. Alright. So the cheapest, it's between Sea Giant and Cirabanic Marine Legs. So we'll just do the Cirabanic first because that's first in the order. Alright, we do not have the head. So let's go ahead and find that. Oh yeah, the helmets are pretty cheap. Assuming we can. Oh my god, he's begging for attention. I know he's being bad. Come on, get down. Go on your box. I know he's begging for attention when he gets up there on the back of the seat. He's just being a naughty cat. Yes, you. Stop giving me the death stare. He doesn't like it when I sleep too long. I should just lock you out of the house when you're being not out of the house. Yeah, lock you out of the house. I should just lock you out of the stream room when you're being a bad cat like that. But I'm not gonna do that. I need to do a quick hyperspace jump in my Star Wars role-playing game. Give me a sec. Why? Oh wait, I've got to burn out of a gravity well anyways. Never mind, that's not saving me any time. Why did I need to enter the system right next to a damn red giant? We're just gonna have to, by the time we burn out of the gravity well, it'll be faster just to cross the system normally instead of using hyperspace to jump around the edges. So we'll just have to sit there and do a 4-hour low burn. Alright. So, now that we're done with that, let's go back to finding this Thirombic, whatever the fuck. Thirobanic Marine helmets. Can I even go to that place? I don't recognize that. It might be a new area. And even if it is a new area, I might be able to go to it because I bought the expansion. I can't go to that. Fire Song DLC? I don't know what that one is. There's one in Grotwood, though. Actually, there's a more recent one for about the same place in Mournhold. So let's check that out. I need coffee. I still had some, but also I've been streaming for 4 hours now, and I haven't stood up, so I should probably make some coffee. Auction House Central. There's Auction House Central.
I've got what you need.
So now we're looking for an entirely new thing. It is Cerabanic, Marine. We're going for helmets first. Always go from the top down. They are not here. They lied to me. So we're going to scan and update TTC. And I think in the meantime, while we're doing that, if you're not pushing above 1 mil DPS, most vet trial groups won't even look at you now. Yeah, well, so there's a mixed... I have mixed feelings to that. That makes sense, obviously, because if you can't pass the DPS checks, then obviously it's a problem, because then you're just gonna get your group wiped. But at the same time, if you're struggling to find DPS to even do the trials, maybe you gotta make a little bit of leeway there. But I'm gonna go make a new coffee while I wait for this scan. Hopefully it's a long scan, but we're going to... Can I not do that yet? Was there just an ad break and I missed it? If I wait 40 seconds, can I do another? I want the long break so that I get more uninterrupted time with you guys. Maybe we go look somewhere else for the mask. It says for the helmets. We'll go look at Grotwood, even though I'm pretty sure that one's not going to be there since it was 14 hours ago. But hey, you never know. Maybe the person doesn't use TTC and they were just looking in known trading areas. Mournhold is one of the more well-known trading areas. So, although so is Grotwood and Vardenfell. These are where the big trading guilds battle for their guild traders. Okay, this was a pretty big one. It would have been a perfect... Oh, we've got the option to run the ad now, but I feel like it's so close. Most of these max out at around 40 pages. So we've got to be towards the end of this one. We should at least try the next area. Oh, we maxed out. That's the most amount that the add-on can do. So what I actually need to do is make sure that the add-on's still running. It is. Alright. And then I need to reload UI. And it's going to tell me that all my add-ons are broken and out of date. And I know because Minion isn't working for whatever reason. I just can't get it to work. I've tried uninstalling it and reinstalling it multiple times. I think I just need to do. Honestly, I have a bunch of small issues with my PC, so I think I just need to do a hard OS reset. But thankfully, TTC updates itself, so it's still working. Clear recorded entries. Alright. And we're gonna just run this one again since it didn't complete. And we know it's a big one. Want to get that whole scan done. And now I'll go make the coffee and make sure we actually complete the scan this time. Be back in almost exactly 3 minutes. What the hell? It's preparing an ad? Did the ad not play? I've never seen that happen before. But, so we might have a 3-minute ad in the middle of my content? I don't know what's going on. I feel like the ad. There was a post I saw recently that said the adpocalypse isn't coming to Twitch. But I don't feel like that's really been true. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm too small to really see any noticeable change in ad revenue regardless. We said we needed to go to Grotwood. We should probably, even though I think it's a low likelihood, it's still there. We are doing Tamriel a service by going and scanning this one, because whatever jackass that bought this, if they did buy it, didn't scan afterwards. What? Oh, it just scanned everything. We can just copy that. Cool. They don't have it. Of course not. Like, there is a small possibility that someone was just running around randomly searching for these and found them. But I feel like the greater likelihood is that someone used Tamriel Trade Center to track these down the way I am right now, and they were just too selfish to scan the store afterwards and update the entries, which it's annoying, you know? We can't have nice things. Because they just end up wasting other people's time because they're too selfish to spend a little bit of time and update the store for literally everyone. But they're willing to use Tamriel Trade Center themselves. They just aren't willing to contribute to it at all. Damn frustrating. I hate leeches. The only solution, to burn them off. That is the best way to remove a leech. Take a lighter to it, that sucker will let go real quick usually. I mean, the best way to remove a leech is probably to let a doctor do it. But if you don't have a doctor available and happen to be out in the wild and you have a lighter or you can make a campfire, that guy will not stick around very long if you just put fire to it. That goes for both the literal leech and the metaphorical kind. But I'm talking about metaphorical fire, not literal fire. Don't go around actually burning the people that are leeches in your life. That's how you go to jail. After this, we've got to check Vivek City, which is probably also sold out. The most likely one is Rothgar, but we don't have that DLC. It's kind of insane because I've done a lot of content in Rothgar. I think I was doing most of the quests in my main on my main there for a while. But that was when I had ESO Plus. Also, isn't that where the one solo arena is? Whatever it's called. So Where we were Vivek City, we're going next. At least Vivek City is pretty close to the trading post area. I hate the cities that the way shrine is like on the other side of the city from the guild traders. They're all just right here. We're looking for Blackbriar Barter Co. That one. We need to. You don't have it. Too many searches in rapid succession? What do you mean? I didn't do jack shit. I probably hit the scan too fast after doing my search. That's why the scan takes so long. Because ESO has a minimum cooldown period before scans. So the add-on needs to wait for that cooldown so it doesn't cuck itself. That makes sense. At least for the add-on. I don't know why ZOS would program that in there unless it was to prevent add-ons like this, which obviously doesn't work because we're using one anyways. It just makes it take longer. Next, we've got to check Fargrave. The most frustrating thing is that I need to do this for 4 or 5 different guild traders because other people are too lazy just to do it for one. That's insane. Like, all you have to do is run a scan after you buy something at a guild trader, and you save everyone else the time of this. Although I guess since we're talking about philosophy and mental health and all that stuff on Sunday, let's look at it in the bigger picture. That's pretty much the epitome of what's wrong with the world right now. Everyone wants something for nothing. You see it a lot in the entertainment industry, right? Now, I'm not really complaining, I'm just remarking, but you see all these people that want to watch their YouTube videos for free, they want to watch their streams for free. For whatever reason, there's no other industry in the world where people expect it all for free. I guess medical treatment somewhat, but they don't actually really get it for free. But besides that, no one expects to have a new sidewalk put in for free. No one expects to have their bathroom refurbished for free. And I say no one with quotes, because there's always that one person that does. But it's kind of interesting how people expect to be entertained for free when, quite honestly, entertainment is one of the most grueling industries that has so much back end work that most people can't even comprehend, which I feel is probably one of the reasons why they think they should get it all for free. They don't really understand that it's not just turning on a camera and going live. If it were that easy, everyone would do it. You know? Especially when it comes to higher end content. One of the... Apparently it went super viral. And everyone hates it because of how viral it went. But I missed that wave. So I can just enjoy the social commentary aspect of it. But there's this song by... I think she's Australian. Called Dance Monkey. And it's literally written about how everyone just wants her to come up and play these songs, and they just see her as a monkey dancing in front of them. And most of the people, she was like a busker, which I think I'm saying that right, which if you don't know, that's a person who plays music on the corner of the street for money. A lot of people would come up and make requests and not even put any money in her jar or whatever she was using. So let's look at the lyrics while we do this. It ended up blowing up. Her name's Tones and I. It ended up blowing up being a super popular song in 2019. I suppose we could listen to it since we're commentating on it, even though we don't really do the copyrighted music anymore. Australian singer. Alright, yeah. Dance Monkey is a song by Australian singer Tones and I. Released as the second single from her debut EP, The Kids Are Coming. The track Tones sings about the struggles of being a musical performer, inspired by her experiences as a busker. She explains to Billboard, it's a song about a moment where I felt frustrated about how people had no patience anymore. If you replace the word dance with sing, it's pretty self-explanatory. I've literally turned quotes that people say to me into lyrics. They're all very real. It was one night where people just wouldn't let me be. I'd been busking for 7 or 8 hours, and I had done 6 encores. So many people get inspired in the moment and just make up bullshit to try to give you hope. Every person swears black and blue on their kids' lives that there's someone, and they can help me, and they never do. Oh yeah, I've seen that so many times. A lot of endless broken promises. Oops, I accidentally closed it. Okay, we finished that scan. Let's go check the next one. Deshaun, are we not even going to be able to do this? Is it just entirely sold out? There's only one page of these. There's another one at Deshaun. We're already there, but that's fine. I had to scroll down. I don't think there's any way it's still there. The only one that's probably still there is the one I can't access because it's Rothgar. Unless I could buy Rothgar, I might be able to buy Rothgar. I do have some crowns still from when I used to use ESO Plus. We're looking for Blue Boar. Where the fuck is Blue Boar?
Can you believe it? Dragons in your own homeland.
Oh, that's the one in Rothgar. We're looking for Mammoth Trading Company. There it is.
Greetings.
I guess this is too rare. Oh, we canceled it. Meant to hit that. I want to see if it actually updates these listings when I scan. So I'm gonna research. No, it doesn't even update the listing, so I'm just wasting time, I guess. They need to fix that. The most recent one was seen in Rothgar, though, but it's super expensive. I guess we're not doing this helmet. I should have looked before I, we're still gonna update the listings whenever we search, so just that's helpful. Sea Giant. Are these more? Okay, there's at least 2 pages of Sea Giant. So hopefully Sea Giant's easier to find. Let's find this Dance Monkey song. So she said most of the things in the song were actual mean things that people said to her. And it's kind of insane because she wrote this song as like angry, ironic bullshit. And it became her biggest single ever. On YouTube, it has 530 million views in 5 years. That's insane. That's like Justin Bieber level almost. And it's actually a banger. I listened to it once and it was pretty good, if I remember correctly. It's been a long time since I listened to it. But a lot of people hate it because it got so overplayed. Let's get the lyrics up. Dance Monkey. Lyrics. You guys can. I want to see when that's done. Damn, this is a big store. It's gonna go over 50. So while this song we finished the search, so we're gonna listen to the rest of it in a second. While this song ended up bringing her tremendous commercial success, like the first song that she ever ended up being successful with, it also exposed her to all kinds of hate for two reasons. One is apparently, so a lot of people didn't like her voice because she's got a very unique voice. A lot of people thought she was kind of faking it for to make things more interesting. Okay, we can't go to Green Shade. We don't have anything there. Are we in Mournhold still? Yeah, okay. There's one here. The Ninja Squirrels. Where the fuck are the Ninja Squirrels? Okay. Did we run past it? No, it's right here. Alright. So, we're trying to switch to Sea Giant. Because that other one was just too rare, apparently. It said there were a whole bunch, but none of them existed. Neither do these ones, I guess. So, alright, here's the thing. To save time, because this is taking way too long, we're only going to scan ones where we actually do find something. Because otherwise, everyone's just going to probably beat me to the other ones while I'm waiting for something to show up. And it's literally taking me hours just to do one. Alright, so we'll run the rest of the song during the next scan. But so in addition to people not liking her voice, because she was just a street performer to begin with, and then she got exposed to the entire world, and she didn't expect it to pop off like that. It's the first commercial success she has ever had. Not there. Oh, we're searching legs. No wonder. No wonder I can't find the things. We're searching the wrong thing. We need to search helmets. We do helmets first. We can go Grotwood. In addition to people not liking her voice, because she used to just perform in this small area where pretty much everyone knew her and had gotten accustomed to it. But then the song blew up. She got all this internet hate because people were like, who's this weird sounding lady and why does her voice sound like that? Also, as you can see from the album, she's not like an attractive model type. So people get really weird and they're like, why are you making music if you don't sound like Katy Perry? If you don't look like Katy Perry, which that part never made any sense to me. But there are people out there that are like that. So not only was she exposed to people disliking her voice and her body for the first time ever, but it went so viral that people actually started to hate the song. And she would just get a lot of negative feedback for it because of that. Alright, not there. So where else can we try? There's Glenumba Daggerfall. And I want to play the rest of the song for you so you can listen to the lyrics, but we'll read the lyrics too. We're putting the lyrics up on. Where is Daggerfall? I don't ever go to Glenumbra. There we go. Daggerfall Wayshrine. But the idea of the whole song is that it's social commentary, as in where this song in particular, I'm sure she wrote other songs afterwards about the experience, the negative experience she had with the popularity of this song. But this one's all about the negative experience of just having these people who don't care about her. They just want to see her dance like a monkey, basically, you know? Like a circus monkey. And that's pretty much the epitome of all forms of entertainment. I figured that out a long time ago when I first would be streaming Eve and then tried to stream anything other than Eve, and people would be like, how dare you aren't streaming Eve? I'm here for the skin giveaways. If you're not gonna give away skins this week, I'm gonna unfollow you and unsub. And I was like, well, that's a shitty thing to do. I was still kind of new to the whole streaming world, and just I'd always been a bit of an entertainer, but again, it was always on a smaller scale, doing choirs or community plays, stuff like that. So it was always part of an ensemble too, you know. It was never just me. It was always like a huge group. Looks like there's one in Rimmen, perhaps. We'll find one eventually. And that backlash from deciding to stream anything other than Eve, even for a couple days or a couple weeks, one, it made me, for a long time, exist in a space where I never wanted to stream Eve ever again, because I just didn't want those people back in my chat, you know? And then there was also the whole like I got a little bit petty where I was like, well, if Eve's what you want me to stream, then that's what I'm not going to stream, you know? To be fair. But it was more just about the overall effect it had on my mental health. It was like, I don't even want these people in my chat. So I can totally relate to that whole idea of feeling like you're just a monkey in a circus dancing for the audience. Although I can't say I can relate to the idea of having something go so viral that everyone is sick of it. That has to be a whole other level. Especially when it's something you poured your heart into the way she did. We're looking for the Midnight Wolf Pack. They're right there. Please have my helmets. You don't have my helmet. This is such an annoying bullshit grind. This is why I put this off for so long. We're getting to the part... Oh, dude, why? It searched the wrong helmets. No wonder I can't find it. It was searching Shardborn helmets, which we already have done. We needed to find sea giant helmets. Cold Harbor Court of Contempt. Can I even... I don't think I have the Court of Contempt. I don't know where that is. I'll have to look that up. And then I can pick the closest way shrine and go to it. This is why UESP rocks. View on map. The Court of Contempt It's just outside the Hollow City. Zamorek's Hollow, is that the one that's right here? No. Oh, that is. That's Zamorek's Hollow. It's just the way shrine is different. So if we just follow the road northeast, we'll get to the northwest. We'll get to the Court of Contempt. Do I need to have the survey on me to use it? Probably. Oh. I guess not. Maybe I do have it on me, because there's probably some I have in my bag. I should probably grab this sky shard while we're here. Unless we need to go somewhere else specifically, but no, it looks like it's just right outside. Cool. We are at the Court of Contempt. Let's get the way shrine first. And then we'll look for the guild trader out here. Probably just one of those solo guild traders. There he is, he's right there. Alphabet Mafia. That is the correct one. Do you have this helmet I'm looking for? Amazing, thank you so much. So we're going to start the scan. And while that scans, we're going to listen to the rest of the song. See, she has that really unique voice. So, the song is very catchy. So I can see why it blew up. But I can also see why people would get sick of hearing it if it got way, way too popular and it was just playing everywhere. Oh, we're in the bridge. Oh, that was the end of it. But we're almost done. We got like 10 seconds left in the song. Yeah, so that song epitomizes what it's like to be an entertainer in the modern day. Let's go find the next item. We know very little about sea giants, but we know how to make their helmets now. Those are some crazy looking helmets. Let's see if we can find the chest piece. I feel like this is probably not a highly sought after style because I haven't seen too much of it showing up in general. Like, it's just, and it's not a particularly pretty one. We're looking at Conquest of, there we go.
What can I do for you?
I need some sea giant chests. Preferably without beating hearts. Oops. You don't have them? Well, that sucks. Next we have Belkarth Outlaws Refuge. I find that the Outlaws Refuges are... I almost always find the item there. Because it seems like most people don't care to go down... Where is it though? Craglorn. Alright. I feel like most people don't care to go down into the Outlaws Refuge. The same people that are too lazy to scan guild stores are the same people that are too lazy to go down into an Outlaws Refuge. They just want it to be really close. But if you look, the Outlaws Refuge here is actually closer than the guild stores themselves. So maybe people would go down into this one, but I also feel like a lot of people just see that it's in an Outlaws Refuge and are like, nah, I'm gonna skip that one. Because I almost always find the item when I go looking for it in an Outlaws Refuge. Aryan's army. That's correct. Watch it prove me wrong. Oh, there's 2 of them, but I don't have any gold. I'm out of gold. Anyone want to send me some gold? So this is 275 more. Oh no, that's the one we were looking for. I'm kidding. I have enough gold to do this still, but we are starting to run low, but I think we should have enough to finish what we're doing. Draw another 100k out. And then once we finish this, we'll just have to do some things to farm gold. I can probably, assuming I use my guild bank as my crafting bag, I can probably do dungeons and craft for people. I don't know. I'll have to figure out. Honestly, the way I used to make most of my money was just running dungeons and selling things on guild stores. So I would need to join another a trading guild. And most of them kick for inactivity, but most of them let you join back after you've been kicked anyways. I mean, all of them kick for inactivity as far as I've seen. Although, last time I checked, a lot of them have upgraded their requirements for activity, for how much you need to sell, or you need to pay taxes and stuff. And I'm sure that's probably just because of, like, inflation and it being more competitive to get good guild traders. Alright, we gotta look for some sea giant legs now. Them thick sea giant thighs. We've got 4 hours ago at Bankarai Evermore. That looks like, although, no, that's the same price as the 18 hours ago. You know what? I don't feel like going back up. We are not going to have a cooldown right now, so we can teleport pretty cheaply. Alright. I do love just about everything about this game. The only thing that honestly, there's two things that annoy me a little bit. One, oh, I'm going the wrong direction, is the fact that battlegrounds are kind of dead now. And the other, I went to the wrong way shrine. There was a closer way shrine. That's fine. The other is that there isn't an ingredient that I need to use a third party website to find all these things, you know? It would be very much more barely lethal. I didn't even see that one. Barely lethal. Oh, it's all the way at the end. It would be very much more palatable to me
What I've got here.
if the game itself were to either have a third party, like an outside website that was first party, or even have an in-game auction house thing where even if I had to travel to these guild traders, I could at least see what they actually had, so I didn't have to rely on a third party website that was outdated like half the time. What do you mean I love your voice? Can you relate to the fact that I still want to run my fingers through your amazing beard? Absolutely. I do it every day. So I can absolutely relate to the fact. It's actually a little dry right now. I haven't used the beard oil in a while. We gotta get it moist again for you, Maddie. What do you mean I love your voice? I actually hate my voice. I hate listening to the videos when I upload them. It's not too bad when I sing, when I'm well practiced and I've shaken the rust off, but now it's really bad, even when I sing, just because I haven't sung actively in like 2 to 3 years, so I'm not even really good at it anymore. It's so hard for me to focus on singing because I don't do any of the basics, so I'm trying to think in my brain of like, raise your soft palate, make sure you are resonating on the back of your teeth and things like that. It's just all the little basics. I'm obsessing over them, and then the song itself I'm messing up because I'm not paying attention to words or pitches or stuff. And that's what I was kind of talking about earlier when I was saying people have no idea what it takes to actually be not just like some OnlyFans girl or something, but a real content creator and entertainer. There's just so much work involved with it. I'm not saying that OnlyFans girls don't work hard. There's a lot that goes into choosing lighting and camera angles and clothing and stuff. But in that situation, you're kind of just selling out something that God gave you. Where when it comes to being a musician or an artist or even a lot of streamers, you generally need to cultivate that and turn it into something. We need to go to IKEA Home Furnishing. This is one of the top trading guilds in all of Tamriel. I end up buying so much from these guys. I'm going the wrong direction, aren't I? No, I'm going the right direction. I just need to go farther than I thought. Down here. I think I may have been in this guild at one point. I don't remember. They may have too many requirements, though. What is that? Who's pinging me? I'll check after I do this search. There it is. I'm glad the sea giant soldiers don't appear to be... The sea giant set in general does not seem to be highly sought after. It is kind of ugly, so I'm not surprised. It's just Star Wars role-playing game stuff. I'm in like nearly 100 discords, and I think 20 about of them are just for the Star Wars role-playing game. I have almost all the discords I'm in muted, but if someone pings me directly, I'll still hear it. Alright. She is staring at me very aggressively. Why are highborn elves so damn annoying? Like, there's very few high elves that I'm actually chill with. I love dark elves. The Dunmer, one of the best races. They're always, even the ones that are like really full of themselves, they're just full of themselves in a funny way. When a high elf is full of themselves, it's just like, you annoying twisted fuck. But most of the Dunmer are pretty down to earth, and they might be a little edgy, but so am I. That's why I relate to them. My first character, no, I think my first character was actually in Skyrim was a wood elf. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my first character in Skyrim was a wood elf. I like the wood elves too. It's just the high elves that annoy the piss out of me. Although there, I will make an exception for the Telvanni. Telvanni are dark elves that act like high elves. All the other houses are cool though. Telvanni are also the dark elves that are really into slaves, and I don't vibe with that. But I guess it makes sense. You have to have a massive ego about you to even consider slavery to be okay. So it makes sense that the most insufferable dark elves would be the ones that do the whole slave thing. Oh. This takes so long when it's a big guild like IKEA. We should definitely search for the next one while we're waiting. We got the shoulders here, right? Yeah, because we wouldn't be scanning anymore if we didn't. So next after shoulders is legs, right? Right. Done. Oh, feet. So boots next. We already have legs, I guess. So looks like, oh wait, Rimmon is probably our best bet. There's 3 there that were seen 2 hours ago. It would be cool if TTC would remove old listings with new scans. I wonder if I could get in contact with the developer of the app to request that. Where were we going? Oh yeah, Rimmon. I have the dirtiest mind. For some reason, every time I see or hear or think about Rimmon, it makes me think of rim jobs. Imperial Trade Union.
Many greetings, fair traveler.
We're looking for boots. Does that dude Rim still stream? He used to be an ESO streamer. There's the 3. Oh, we're gonna
Ask any question of me, and I shall humbly answer, for it is my only wish to serve you faithfully.
scan all those listings. Do I even remember his is that how it was spelled? I'm gonna say yes because it was ESO.
Good to go. Is that you now?
I'm tired of you yelling at me.
I'm gonna yell at you all the time. You call me dad, I gotta yell at you.
I call you dad because you're never here, alright?
Oh my god. That's a great clip.
Oh my god, that was fucking good, dude.
Let's see when the last time he streamed was. Well, the best place to do that is on Twitch tracker. It'll show me his actual last stream, even if he doesn't do his VODs. We gotta do something while we wait for that dude Rim. Oh, he's actually come back. Oh no, that was damn, dude, every time I go and look up a streamer, like last streamed 2 years ago. That was his last stream. What about Tiri? So Miss Radcore's live right now. I remember her. Tyranny. She was someone that used to, oh, she still streams. Nice. She's doing pretty well actually. Oh damn, she's doing real well. Yeah, let's go. Oh, Bethesda follows her. That's huge. I don't recognize anyone else that follows her. A bunch of streamers, I have no idea who they are. Oh, 8-Bit D, I remember her. Looks like she still streams too. I don't think I follow her though. Oh, damn, she's a 0.07. Okay. Oh no, 444 hours streamed on ESO. Her big thing is retro games. That makes sense. 8-Bit D. Dead by Daylight. I think that's primarily what I knew her from, actually. I did a fair bit of Dead by Daylight before I got into ESO. Alright. Guild scan finished. So, we just did boots. These boots are made for walking. That's just what they'll do. I'm gonna make some boots, actually, now that we are a crafter. Hands. Want to catch these sea giant hands? First we need to get the motif. Vivek City Outlaws Refuge 7 hours ago, and it's significantly cheaper than some of the other ones, so let's go check that out. Not only is Vivek City the best city, but the Outlaws Refuge is pretty easy to get to. Just go right through the normal traders and right along the shore here. And boom. I've actually spent a lot of time in this refuge because a couple of my characters stay max vampire.
Your money is my business.
So I can't use the regular vendor. So I have to come down here to use this vendor all the time. No gloves. Damn, they lied to me. Okay. Bargrave had one 4 hours ago. That's not bad. Screw it. We're just gonna teleport. It's been long enough that it reset. Yeah, it's down to the minimum gold cost. It will really add up if you're just recalling to way shrines all over the place constantly, because it goes up to almost 1k. So especially if you're doing something like this where you're porting everywhere and you're just doing that by recalling to way shrines, you could spend 10k or more. I mean, hell, we've definitely done enough that it would probably be 100k just in gold for recalling to way shrines. Can I just say that this one should be the afterlife? Like, it's a guild called the Afterlife, but they didn't get the ghost. What's wrong with them? Still looking for the gloves. There they are. Grab those. Learn the gloves. Now we got sea giant waist. Sea giant hips don't lie. But apparently Beyonce's do. I don't know how true all of it is, but I've definitely heard that her and Jay-Z have been in the hot seat with some of the Diddy allegations. Now, to be fair, a lot of that could just be people going after his name. That's what he claims. And as far as I know, there hasn't been any hard evidence presented. But it's worth noting that most of these parties are set up so that there's very little chance of any hard evidence to be found.
May this one be of service.
I need, if you can be of service, if you have some sea giant belts, bro. No, you can't be of service then. Back to Vivek City, but I guess. Yeah, it's less enough that it's worth going for the check. We're not trying to bankrupt ourselves getting this achievement. Excuse me. I do still need to do some more quests on this character, just for the skill points. Where are we looking for? Blackbriar Barter. That's Bleak Rock. Blackbriar. This one.
At your service.
No belts. Looks like Glenumbra is next. Also, the same price. Straight to Daggerfall. Is this one Daggerfall? Yep. Oh, is this the one that I went to the wrong way shrine and this one's closer? No, that's on the other side of the river. That was a different city, I think. Where? Yeah, okay. This is where IKEA is, but it's not IKEA we're going to. We're going to Traders of the Lost Doom. Oh, there it is.
Anything I can do for you?
Yes, I need your belts. You don't have belts. Okay. Oh, there's another one here, though. Splendid Achievers, seen 4 hours ago. Do you have the belts I need?
Greetings.
These are the belts I'm looking for. Alright. We'll do a quick scan. Looking for 1 tanks for Vet, SE, and GF. I don't even know what SE is. Is that a new one? Probably. I'm dying. Drank too much. I don't even know why. I just can't drink water, apparently. Of all things to choke on, fucking water. That would be I always imagine that there's like a pub in the afterlife and people are just sitting there drinking whatever their poison of choice is and talking about it. Like, so how'd you end up here? Oh, well, you know, I died choking on water. You mean you drowned? No, I was just drinking a bottle of water and I choked on it. That would be a pretty embarrassing way to go. Whew. These are long, long scans. Why do I have a mail? Did I forget to grab something? Am I? Oh no. I just grabbed something. I just grabbed the belts, and that's why I'm scanning. Clearly, my brain's starting to shut down. There we go. We finished it. Did the mail. Used the item. And bada boom. Now we've only got the weapons left. Ooh, we already have the mall, apparently. So we just need the axes. That axe kind of looks pretty cool, to be honest. So the cool thing about doing this, I was thinking about it the other day, is I am going to be able to dramatically upgrade my style game. Looks like there's one 27 minutes ago spotted in Blackwood that it's only like 250 more than the others, so that's totally worth it. Actually, the main reason why I'm doing this is I can't show you, I don't think, but if you, in addition to getting the title Master Crafter, which I want for this character, I believe you get the title. We'll check once I've found this before someone else beats me to it. Blackwood, Leowin. I should have known. That's where it's always is, in Blackwood. I think there's another city there as well. I know there's another city. I just don't remember what the other city's called, and I don't know if there's really a guild trader section there. All right. So here we need Nebus help newbies. A weird name. I don't even know how to say it correctly. There it is. We need your axes. I don't care what your employer says, as long as you have access to sell me. Cool. Do. So we'll scan the listings. Next after axes is maces, but I think we already had those. So we need swords. But yeah, so there's two reasons I want it. One, just so I can have and legitimately say I have a master crafter because I have the achievement. Because I've always called this character my master crafter because he has all the traits. He has max levels. He has most perks. I think the only thing he doesn't have are the potion making perks. But that's because my quester, she has those perks. She is my witch. So I made the potions I needed to like, it's like all roleplay for her. She makes my potions, and that's it. But the crafter makes everything else, and part of the reason I end up doing that is just because he doesn't have enough skill points to max everything, I don't think. So I do need to do some quests on him, or Sky Shard farms are probably the fastest way to rank him up, to be honest. But I have that Captain America tank, which is my PvP tank. And one of the things you get for doing Master Crafter is a hammer that, well, it looks like Thor's hammer, basically. It's got electricity coming out of it, and it's almost identical to Mjolnir if you take a good look at it. Can I just see it regularly? Probably not. We can just research Sea Giant later. One-handed. It's going to be in the bottom section, probably, of the special things. Is that all one-handed in the bottom? Or is it just only, yeah. The opal stuff. Hopefully, I don't see it down here, but. Oh, it's just item type. It doesn't show you the actual ones, maybe. Oh, no, it is. It does show you the actual thing. So we gotta look at the maces to find it. Here it is. The Skyforge Smith Hammer. Acquired by completing the Master Craftsman achievement. So if we preview, It's basically Thor's hammer. I want that for my Captain America tank. Because it would complete the fit. The only weapon we've ever really seen Captain America use besides his shield is Thor's hammer. And the other reason I want it, 2 reasons, is so when I tell this people I have a master crafter, I literally have the achievement to prove it, but I'm pretty sure the achievement also gives you the title master crafter. Let's take a look real quick. Grandmaster Crafter. Yeah, title Grandmaster Crafter. So right now I think he just uses Counselor. Yeah, which I think is a quest achievement. What am I getting pinged for? The same thing that pinged me earlier. It's alright though. So I got the maces. So all we need now: sword, dagger, shield, bow, staff. Oh, let's look at that axe. I did say the axe. That one's not that cool looking. This one, that's a gnarly looking axe actually. I don't really like the bone coming off the bottom of it. Let's look at the other one. That doesn't look good at all. Because my brain knows a lot about physics. Not like a lot, but enough. Especially having worked manual labor for so many years. I did take physics in high school when most other people were taking geometry, because I was planning on being a rocket scientist at some point. I wanted to be an aerospace aeronautical engineer, but I'm very good at the practical application of physics, and I can tell you there's just not enough weight behind that axe head to make it useful. Let's find a much better axe head. There's another C item. Oh yeah, this axe head is going to be way better. Akavary? Why is Akavary showing up as C? Let's look at this one. Gardener of Seasons. Oh, I can't preview if I don't have it. Oh, the current character cannot use this. Oh, because it's restricted to Warden? Okay. But if you just look at this axe head, even though that axe is shorter, meaning you're going to get less leverage on it, it's just so much more metal there. There'll be a lot more weight behind the strength. Axes actually have too much cutting power as far as using them as base weapons generally, but the reason you would use an axe over a sword is primarily for puncturing heavy armor. That's like one of the reasons why you don't generally see machetes used as military weapons. It's because they actually have too much cutting power, and they're not balanced for defense at all, which is why when you look at short swords, you have more of a gladius type weapon, which if you don't know what a machete or a gladius looks like, I feel like everyone should know what a machete looks like, but just to be absolutely sure. So you see, you have all of the weight is focused there at the end, and it really gives you a good old swing. It makes it really good at hacking through brush, like hard stem plants like bamboo or something, or those thicker weeds or anything like that. But it's actually considered too much cutting power because it ends up being poorly balanced as a defensive weapon, which is why the Romans used as a short sword what was called a gladius, which you can see it does have a fair bit of weight concentrated toward the tip. You were able to, but not all of them. Like that's more of a machete. It even says there, but that's like a traditional gladius, where there's a little bit at the tip, but mostly it's a more balanced weapon that could be used both for offense and defense. Generally, what a weapon like this would do is you were more focused on trying to stab it in between the plates of the armor rather than swing. And it was designed to fight in really close quarters versus something like a longsword, which longswords were more often used by mounted troops. Not that they weren't used by foot soldiers either, but one of the reasons knights used long swords is because they both rode horseback and fought on foot, and riding on horseback, the long sword allowed them to reach foot soldiers on the ground way easier. Generally, most foot soldiers used some form of pike or halberd or spear, and eventually once armor became kind of defunct because of gunpowder weapons and you didn't need so much cutting power, they actually switched over to using cutlasses, which are these curved swords for cavalry, because then it was more about just trying to get the best swing you could, since you didn't need to puncture that heavy armor anymore. That's my favorite type of cutlass, though. I love old muscle cars. Look at that. That's gorgeous. Give me that. You know what is another good muscle car? The GTO Judge. Look at that thing. Beautiful. One of the few things I would waste money on would be a muscle car. If I could get to, like, not maybe as my daily driver, but not as I would want a utility vehicle first. One that had like bigger trunk space, more fuel economy. But as far as like a fun driver, if I could get any car in the world, I don't know, it doesn't necessarily need to be the fastbacks. Putting fastback can get me the wrong stuff sometimes. This beauty right here. The 429 Mustang Boss. Sexiest damn car ever built. And I'm not really a huge Corvette fan, but the Stingray Corvette, that was the golden years. No, not what the shit. The new one's kind of ugly. Dude, it doesn't even look like a Corvette anymore. The 70s Stingray Corvette. Dude. There we go. The 1971 Stingray Corvette. This was the golden age of the Corvette. Like 68 through 72 was the golden age of muscle cars. Alright. Let's finish this. What were we doing? We needed sea giant. We need swords. Sea giant swords. There is one in Rimmen 32 minutes ago. There's two in Alakir and Westwald. I don't think I can even go to Westwald. And there are 1k less. Let's go to Alakir. But those ones are old. But I'll go to... I'll take a little trip out to Sentinel. Is this Sentinel? No, this one's Sentinel. Yeah. I'll take a trip out to Sentinel. Let's see if we could save 1k. We're looking for the Fairy Tale of Tamriel.
May this one be of service.
Yes. Last time you couldn't help me out, but this time, do you have swords? I could use some, if I spell it right. I could use some sea giant swords, bro. No, you don't have them. What a shame. Can I go to Westwald? We'll find out. Or Westweald. That's probably not how it's pronounced, but it's fun to say it that way. Probably Westweald, if I had to guess. I can. Oh, no, I can't. I need Gold Road. Let's go to Somerset, Aelinor. Oh, that's the same price, though. So let's go to Rimmen, because that one's more recent. Imperial Trade Union. I need to start lurking. There's the swords. Do they still do the ESO boxes for watching ESO streamers? The Ouroboros boxes? Because you know what the crazy thing is? I have the cat pet on NA. And I have the mount on EU, I think. It's so annoying. Do I have any crown crates? No. How much is Rothgar? I wanted to check that out. DLC. Is it Markarth the one that has Roth? No. Orsinium. I have just enough. That's what it is. The Maelstrom Arena. It's better just to wait till I get ESO Plus again. The Gloomspore crates again. I mean, I guess these are new. I don't remember seeing that one before. They have new Radiant Apex rewards, but the Apex rewards are the same as the old ones, I think. Miramore crates. I don't know what these are. Interesting. That hurts my eyes. That's not as bad. Saber, Cat, Frost, Atronach. I actually have a character that would look really cool on. Highborn, yeah. The Winter Wild Wolf might be better, actually, for that character. That's interesting. I don't think I would run that on any of my characters. It's cool, but I don't think it's something I would want. Oh, it's just... Alright. We're just seeing the stuff we can get. Yeah, that one's way better. I would want the wolf probably. I didn't really look at the Apex rewards. What are the ones for the other one? Lucent Guardian Horse. Oops. I'm glad I hit the wrong button. Glad I didn't have enough, I mean. That's kind of cool, actually. I love the contrast between the glowing gold armor and the dark black. The wolf? Alright. Oh, that's kind of strange. I don't think that would look good on any of my characters. Legendary. Oh. That's almost the same as one of the armors you get for free. We'll look at it in a second. Oh, that's sick. I actually like that better than the other horse. Blood Fiend. I could actually use that on one or two of my characters. Firemoth, Nyx Ox. I only have one character that really rides the Nyx Ox, and that's my witch, and she's already got the perfect one for her. Grave Robber. Oh, Namira's Bile. Do I have a character that would work on? I don't know. The axes aren't bad. The weapons aren't bad. Waking Flame style. This was one of the ones that I looked at that you can purchase off the market. The Warrior Starskin. Oh, that's crazy. I don't think that would work. You know who that might work on, actually? Would be Trance. I kind of want to look at it on her now. So, I want her to be purple. But I don't have like a purple skin that works for her. I wouldn't be surprised if there is one out there. A Nyx Hound pet? I don't want that. No, it's just the mark, not like the whole skin. And then the rest of these is just jack shit stuff. Alright. Let me, did I install? Yes. I did swords. Okay, so we need daggers. I'm getting really distracted. That's how you know I'm tired. When I get tired, it starts for me to get really distracted. I lose my train of thought easily, all over the place. There is one in Elden Root 4 hours ago. I miss running dungeons in this so much. I always liked dungeons better than trials, even though trials give you the best gear and there's something cool about being in a huge group. Dungeons for me were always more fun. Saint Elsewhere. Do you have some giant daggers? I know the idea of a giant dagger seems... Oh, you don't. Seems kind of... What word am I looking for? Counterintuitive? Oh, dude, there was one scene 40 minutes ago in Rimmen. I should have just stayed there and got that one. I mean, it would have been 1k less if there was one here. There's one that's 350 less, potentially, in Vardenfell. So, I mean, I guess since we're teleporting around and we left already, let's go check it out. See if it's there. Save 350 GP. But it looks like there's 2 in Rimmen. So we could probably be absolutely fine. Chimera Syndicate, yep.
How can I help you?
I need some giant daggers. There we go. Now I need a giant shield. Back to... Oh! You know what? I can... No, I would need a... I don't think I can access the guild store from my banker. It needs to be an actual bank now. So... There's one from my guild. UESP in Balmara. I think Balmara's over here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Balmora. I used to know Vardenfell like the back of my hand, but it's been a long, long time. There it is. UESP. Yeah, what's up, Jeanette? Do you have some shields for me? Some giant shields? Cool. I get a discount because I'm part of the guild, right? No? Oh, well, that sucks. I guess I'll just buy it anyways. Alright. I'm assuming the mail's just running slow. It used to be really slow, and you used to have to reload UI to force stuff to show up. But I don't want to really do that, because then I'm gonna have all the bugs tell me that it's out of date again. So we're just gonna look at what's after shields. Oh, there it is. It showed up anyways. Because the other way to force mail to show up is to change regions. Anything that causes the session to reload should force the mail to show up. So we got the shield. That's actually a half decent looking shield. Maybe. So one of the things I was talking about is we're gonna be able to upgrade our style game on all of our characters by doing that. And previously there wasn't a good Captain America looking shield. But this is the most Captain America looking shield I've seen so far. It just lacks the star. I need to see what shield I currently have on him. But next we need a bow. "47 minutes ago in Rimmon." Going back to Rimmon. We're gonna be rimming all night long. And we are looking for Imperial Trade Union, which is this guy on the other side of the wall.
Ask any question.
The question I have of you is, do you have some giant bows? Alright. Got our bows. And all we have left is the staves. And for the staves, there's one right here as well. Excuse me, sir. Do you have a giant stave? No, don't pull down your pants. I'm asking about an item in your shop. Cool. I guarantee you that guy has a giant stave. Look at that man spreading he has going on. Okay, I'm done. Alright. Oh, there's an achievement for having the sea giant style. Sweet. So, we're like racking up achievements. Just going for this one achievement. Because not all these styles come with an achievement for having all of them. Which is weird, but it is what it is. So, that's another style down. I am struggling to make my brain work. So, I'm running out of things to say. So I think we're gonna call it a night. I know we're gonna call it a night. Guys, if you're new here, please don't forget to follow. I would appreciate you hanging out for the raid. There is the socials. We're posting constantly on YouTube and TikTok, but it's the same content right now. We might differentiate it eventually. I do have two different YouTubes. One is all kinds of stuff. I'm also posting cereal reviews and food reviews on YouTube that I'm not posting on TikTok, and eventually that will have music uploaded too once I work through a backlog of content. And then all my stream VODs are up on the second YouTube, so if you ever happen to miss a stream, you can find them all there. The Discord will always ping you when I go live, so you don't have to worry about missing a stream. If you are a sub, here is the raid command for that. If you are not a sub, there's the default raid command. Please, if you're going to stick around for the raid, which I would appreciate, copy, paste that. Let's go show some love to one of my good friends and fellow streamers, the Astara. I will be live again tomorrow whenever I wake up. I might finish this tonight off stream. I'm just struggling to keep talking. My brain is shutting down. And he's fighting a giant school bus right now. Oh no, I guess he's running away from the school bus. Go say hello to Astara. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Heal. Thank you for the raid. Heals